Welcome to the 12 hours of Sebring here on WorldSimSeries. It's the second special event of the year, and we've got the GTM cars from Race Sim Studio and the Mazda MX5 Cup cars out on track. It's the middle of the qualifying session for the GTs, and drivers are starting to improve their lap times. They all come out on pretty cold tires, so it takes a while to get any lap times going, but APX on provisional pole position by quite a margin right now, 1.2 seconds in the Ford Mustang. A lot of Mustangs at the front. Highest non-Mustang is 7th at the moment from Dream to Drive Junior. That's the Porsche. In the MX5s, it was International Racing Team number 2 who took pole position by over half a second over the 47 Senior Racing Team number 2. Latvian Lightning locomotives were in P3, and they were 0.2 behind pole position in their class. It is nighttime, and we should start at night and finish in the evening hours, but shouldn't be dark when we get to the checkered flag, as that's another improvement from APX, but not a big one. Let's see if Latvian Lightning locomotives can find some extra time. They do, but that is still very, very far away from pole position. And I'm joined, as always, by Lodilas.
Hi, Gustas. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this soon-to-be 12 hours race with 30 cars on track. We've got two different classes, and the GTMs and the MX5s. The GTM class has 3 categories: Pro-Ams, the Pro Plus, Pro-Ams, and M categories. We will have top 3 winners in each category. The MX5s, they are completely solo, so just one podium in the lower ranked class. A little bit more of battles. We'll have the field shuffled a little bit between these GTMs. 16 GTM cars, I believe, are currently on the track. 17 GTMs and 13 MX5s, so plenty of action on the racetrack. As soon as we hit the green flag, we'll have a rolling start procedure here on the Sebring 12 hours event to have a little bit cleaner start. Live race control working already, looking at what has been done illegally as WorldSimSeries car goes off the racetrack. Dream to Drive Juniors up to 3rd. Still huge gaps here in the top 3 positions. 8/10 separate P1 and P2. Then further half a second separate P2 and P3. And then we have a very nice tight battle for let's say the last podium place, at least in the qualifying session. We'll have to figure out how the race will look like with these very fast GTM cars compared to the MX5s. The difference between P1 in the GTM class and P1 in the MX5 is 30 seconds, so it will take about 4 laps till the GTMs will catch up with the MX5s. It's gonna be a tough race, and especially during the start. I think we'll still have the dark conditions when the race will start, meaning it's gonna be a little bit more intense. Cars will be packed up closely together. I think the first couple of hours will be the most important for the teams. We'll have 6 mandatory pit stops. Team have drivers of 3 maximum. So I think it's gonna be plenty of work for the drivers who will start this race.
Well, the start, it's all about staying clean here. You don't want to get into too much trouble. as it is a long race. Obviously, because this is on Assetto Corsa, you do have those long stops that are kind of like get out of jail free cards. You can repair the car fully and even actually change the setup of the car if you want to do that. So they'll have 6 of those, I believe. How many long stops do we have?
Yep, 6. We do have 6 long stops in this event.
So teams will have a lot of them. Pretty much always the target would be to run 2 hours, and once they'll have to stop a little bit earlier to change drivers.
Yep, especially for the GTMs. Well, you basically have one stint as 1 hour, so double stinting should be the wisest move. At least the initial strategy would look like this. I wonder how long the MX5s can hold on the racetrack before they have to get into the pit lane to refuel the car.
I guess we'll see in the race, but obviously their fuel consumption is not that huge. But for them, it will be a big challenge throughout this race to look in their mirrors. It's 30 seconds. That's from the lead in GTM to the lead in MX5, or at least very close to that. But we do have the last car in MX5, which set a 2:35, which is almost, it's 9 seconds slower than the pole position lap time, so it will be interesting how they manage to go through all of this traffic. We do have IRT number 3 in MX5, who did not set a qualifying lap. So they will be starting in last in that class, and we'll see if they can move forward. Fastest Sector 2 by APX, who are continuing their domination of this qualifying session. It's also dominated by Pro-Am cars, as Redshift Locomotive Racing sit in P2.
Yep, well, WorldSimSeries gives the categories to the teams regarding the stats of the drivers in each team. So maybe the team has 1 fast driver and 2 slower drivers. I have to check out again how they are set into the categories. So if a team has 2 Pro-Am drivers, it's a Pro-Am team. But if it has an M driver and Pro driver, it is Pro-Am team. So it can have a slower driver and then a very fast driver. That's why it is Pro-Am team. We'll figure this out during the race. If the team has a Pro-Am and Pro Plus driver, it's already a Pro Plus team. Well, a Pro team. We don't have the Pro Plus used from the other series. It's just simply a Pro team. So maybe the Pro-Ams that are currently in the lead of the qualifying session have one very fast driver and the other just a beginner.
Actually, the pole position car, both drivers have the Pro-Am license. And the other car has only 1 driver who's been in so far, and that's also a Pro-Am driver. So that's interesting to see. And highest pro car is the Latvian Lightning Locomotives, ahead of WorldSimSeries. And that's 3rd and 4th, second row of the grid. And then comes the highest GTM car. We've only got 3 of those today, and they're quite spread out throughout the field. In 5th is the leader, 9th is 2nd, and 13th is 3rd in class. We'll see if they get closer together throughout the race as well.
Yeah, the Kangaroo Airways team seems it is doing a pretty decent job as an M team. Out of 17 teams, they are currently 5th and 4 tenths of Lightning Locomotives. which is a pro team. APX are way ahead of Hold the Grid, though Latvian Lightning locomotives, they just improved. That's Gavars, a Latvian driver who is well known as a very fast driver on the WorldSimSeries platform. He's trying to reduce the gap to the lap set by Arruda, driver from Brazil, who also dominated the pre-qualifying session. Navaros here trying to get his team a little bit closer to the currently leading team. I wonder if he still has something up in his sleeve here on the racetrack to improve. It looks like the APX team will stay in the pit lane. They don't have enough time to get back on the racetrack and set another faster lap. So Gavars has all the chances here to improve to P1. Though he has to nail that lap. 1:57.1 seems a very fast lap on the Sebring International Raceway. Redshifts are also in the pit lane, so we still have cars on the racetrack improving as the final seconds are coming closer to the end in this qualifying session. And we've got 4 cars that are 4 Mustangs leading the pack. The fastest non-Mustang car belongs to Dream to Drive Junior team, the Porsche GT3 car. With a very beautiful sounding engine, trying to improve a little bit further. They lack 3/10 to improve at least 1 spot in the overall places. And that would be second if they manage to improve. I think it was a mistake. They did better in the second sector, so just 5/10 short to APX, but I think that very wide run out of the final corner did disbalance the lap slightly wide on the limit into the final corner. Car is jumping over the bumps. This is one very bumpy corner, and it's gonna hurt the arms of the drivers quite badly, and that was not an improvement. Still quite a decent lap, so Dream to Drive stay 5th, and I think that's the wrap-up of the qualifying session. 4 cars on the track to still improve. That's Hypernova Racing with D tires. I wonder what tire compound we have. D and H. So the teams that are already in the pit lane, I think they are already preparing the race setups. Hypernova into the pit lane. That's the wrap-up, I believe, of the qualifying session. International Racing Team, they are quite low finally here. Oh, there we go.
And they go much higher as they go up to 5th. And take away a position from Dream to Drive Junior, who dropped down into P6, both of those cars in the GT Pro class. Team 47 still with an opportunity, but we can go through these qualifying results. So in overall and in GT Pro-Am, it's APX with the pole position ahead of Latvian Lightning locomotives. Then come another GT Pro-Am car with Redshift Locomotive Racing, and then we go to the pros with WorldSimSeries International Racing Team Dream to Drive Junior. Then it's GTM, Kangaroo Airways, and Hypernova Racing. They've closed up. It's 7th and 8th for 1st and 2nd in GTM. GT Pro-Am, that's Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2, Latvian Junior Locomotives. That rounds out our top 10. In 11th, it's Team 47 Racing, then Midlap Crisis, T-Jet Bandits, Team Blue Flag, SGS, PDTS, and Old Boys Sim Racing Team in 17th. Then come the MX5s, and it's just one big group of cars. International Racing Team number 2, ahead of 47 Senior Racing Team number 2, Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 3, 47 Junior Racing Team number 3, Pretty Ninja Racing, Blank, Steer, Decra Racing, Bravos Motorsport, Unstableable Racing Team, Zama Motorsport, Mesitas, and IRT number 3 in last place. They did not set a lap time. Those are your qualifying results as we get ready to go for the formation lap soon.
Yep, it's gonna be a 5 minutes break for the drivers and the teams. Before we get rolling, we'll get to see the safety car leading the group for a one full lap before we see the green flag. So it's gonna be a slightly shorter race than 12 hours. We'll have that maybe 2 minutes long. It should be longer, 3 minutes long warm-up lap. We'll figure this out. So let's make a short break and we'll be back with the start of the 12 hours Sebring event.
Welcome back to the track here at Sebring. It is 40 seconds to go until we start the formation lap for the 12-hour race. The sun's coming up, so we'll see a little bit more. It's APX on pole position, and everybody will wait for the safety car to get to the front of the field. And then we'll get going.
I love the feature of the rolling start on AC platform. Nice workaround has been done, and it definitely is a good thing to have these kind of races starting when the cars are rolling. The drivers have the ability to warm up the tires while rolling. Boys Sim Racing Team old boys sim racing team. They went back into the pit lane. I think there are sometimes issues with this rolling start procedure when drivers are unable to move. They have the ability to go back into the pit lane and then rejoin the field, I believe, during this slow lap. We've got the Team Blue flag, car number 9, which already has a warning for causing an incident during the qualifying session. 3 warnings become a drive-through penalty later in the race. They have to be very careful now during the session to avoid such penalties, because it plays a big role in the overall results. You want to have your team racing as clean as possible, because every small mistake counts. It's already getting a little bit lighter outside. You can not see the black skies above the racetrack. It already has those nice colors, and the drivers are able to see a little bit clearer around the racetrack, which is good news, because in about 4 laps time the GTMs will gain on the MX5s. We have 13 slower cars on the racetrack that the GTMs will have to deal with, and the MX5s will have to be very careful looking at their rear view mirrors. Quite a long lap we have here on the Sebring International Raceway. Quite a lot of corners, 17 corners in total. The length of the track is 6 kilometers.
But it won't take long until we have the traffic.
Yep.
It should be about, it should be actually less than 4 laps until the leaders reach the back of the traffic. So not much time to have a clean run here at Sebring, and obviously we don't have any cautions or full course yellows, so it will just be a flat-out race to the finish. So it will be interesting to see how much that traffic plays a part. Obviously, much slower cars are the MX5s. So it will be a unique situation for the drivers who are maybe more used to having more similar paced traffic. Even if it's hypercars versus GT3s, the gap between those is much smaller than what we have here. So coming down into Sunset.
Yep, that's 1 corner to go for the safety car before it will head over to the pit lane and let the drivers figure out who will own the first corner. Hopefully we'll have a clean start. I want to have these 30 cars finishing the race after 12 hours. To have that traffic in mind for everybody.
Won't be easy to get through that first corner cleanly, that's for sure. First corner maybe not so difficult. Then once you head down into Christensen, that's where it becomes way more congested. Coming down into out of Sunset Bend for 12 hours of Sebring on WorldSimSeries. It's the second special event of the year. APX and Latvian Lightning locomotives on that front row of the grid. And we're underway for 12 hours of racing. Jumpstart for somebody as we head down into turn 1. APX holds the lead, but it looks like Redshift actually get up into P2. They get in front of the Latvian Lightning locomotives as they run into the braking zone, into turn 3. A little bit of contact, almost a spinner there. I think that was International Racing Team who ran into the back of one of those cars, and here are the MX5s. International Racing Team number 2, the pole position car, still leads the field. Oh, spinner in the GTs. Hopefully doesn't cause anything for the MX5s that are incoming. And it gets back on the track, but he'll have to get through all of that traffic. APX already pulling out a gap. Latvian Lightning locomotives will want to get back past the Redshift Locomotive Racing, who go wide, cold tires. So drivers still have to struggle with that, but already 1.5 seconds in the lead. Here's International Racing Team in P6, WorldSimSeries in P5, Dream to Drive Junior up to P4. They've had a very good start for themselves, but looking pretty clean so far. No major incidents and gaps already forming in the GT classes. This is the highest running Ferrari, Team Blue Flag. A huge grid of Mustangs and not that many other cars on the track. And actually battle for the lead in MX5 as the 47 Senior Racing Team goes to the inside of International Racing Team and gets through.
Yep.
But now this battle will continue. The slipstream works much more on these MX5 cars. They're solo powered. This removal of drag really helps them. Here we go down into Sunset Bend. Will they go free wide? No, actually, the car behind the International Racing Team doesn't even try to go for the move. International Racing Team, though, were so much quicker in qualifying. Can they find that pace again? It's important to run away from the field. That's the goal here. And here comes that delayed Ferrari, getting past the MX-5s cleanly. It's going to be difficult when they have to meet them in the corners. It's easy to do down the straights. It's a whole different story when they'll have to get stuck behind in the corners. That's where you'll see the real skill of the drivers in terms of negotiating the traffic. So one lap done for the MX-5s. The GTMs are, well, almost halfway through the lap already. And drive-through taken. I'm guessing that's an MX-5 that completed the drive-through. That was probably for that jump start that they got earlier. But getting into open air, no traffic in front of them, they'll be able to set decent lap times. These guys still super close together, and even if International Racing Team went wide, here comes to the outside. Oh, a little bit of contact, I think. Will International Racing Team hang on? Well, they lose a position, but they don't run completely off the track, but that was close. And, well, the 47 Senior Racing Team really want to fight here, even though it is just the first lap, well, second lap of a 12-hour race. The battle is definitely on, and they want to hang on to that lead of the race for as long as they can.
Yep, now let's watch out for the notebook of penalties. I think there's gonna be at least some sort of a decision for that move. Well, they forced a car off the racetrack. Great job by IRT team to keep that car on the tarmac. That's Barbukov behind the wheel of the IRT number 2 car. Managed to keep it together, even though they lost one place. They are still well in the battle for the win. Already couple of warnings for Stecker Racing. No, that's for 2 warnings for unstable racing, actually. That's in the MX5 class. One more warning, they will have a drive-through penalty. Then in the GTM class, Latvian Lightning locomotives have also received one warning already. One of the leading cars, which started this race from P2, have had an incident, a contact, which they are to blame for. That's why they have that warning.
Important not to collect too many of those, but one warning is still not the end of the world. I'm sure the other teams will collect a few warnings throughout the race as well. Here's WorldSimSeries catching up to the Dream to Drive junior team, or at least trying to, who jumped up in the start. Fastest lap of the race by the race leader. Not really surprising, as they continue to run away from the field. And the race leader is about to approach traffic for the first time in this race. You should already see that MX5 coming on to the back straight here at Sebring. We go on board with Team APX as they close down. Look at the closing speed with the MX5. He'll go to the inside, and I think he'll have time to get back on the racing line before the braking zone. He does. And interested if anybody behind actually got caught up in that traffic. I don't see. I'm now missing that car. Nope, it keeps going backwards. It looks like it's fine. More traffic will be approached. MX5s have really spaced out here because, well, the leader of the MX5s is heading down into Sunset, and these guys are still in the middle of the track here. So big speed differences. More traffic. The MX5 actually went off, well, almost off the road there to let the GT-M car through. Interesting choice. Really should just stay on their lines, especially considering the speed differential. If you start going offline in an MX5 car, you're bound to cause an incident.
Look at the traffic already playing a part in this race. Redshift Locomotive Racing Team already lost about 1.5 seconds here in this traffic. So that definitely plays a part. Latvian Lightning Locomotives got themselves a little bit closer, I believe, to the back end of their rivals Mustang. And that's still only the beginning of the cars. The back end of the MX5 is a little bit spread out widely. Look at the size difference of these cars. Oh my word, it looks like they are racing toy cars against toy cars. The MX5s are so tiny in comparison to these monstrous GTM cars. Looks pretty
Doesn't
nice
help
on
that,
the racetrack.
that the Mustang is a huge car anyway. It looks much more normal when you compare it to a Porsche. The Mustang is a big GT car, so it definitely makes it look a little bit different between those cars.
Latvian? Oh, okay, we have a couple of Latvian cars. I've already thought they lost P3 and went back to P6. How many Latvian Lightning Locomotives cars we have here?
Three in, but that's just in GT, and I think there is, there is another one car in MX5 as well. So 4 cars in total from this team.
Okay, so which car is currently leading from this huge team? So Latvian Lightning Locomotives, let's say the main team is in the lead. Latvian Juniors are second in the battle of the team, and then Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2 are third here in the battle of the team. And they might get themselves into a battle. I think the junior car has some damage to the car. We see the headlights on the asphalt. We don't see the headlights on the car itself. So it might have come from a contact. Oh, a little bit too fast into the final corner, into the tire barrier. Wow, this was a chain
the other car
reaction.
just spun. This car just spun on its own. It didn't even get touched by anything. They spun in. Almost collected another car. They got scared and spun.
I think they just hit the brake pedal slightly, and when you are traveling around the bumpy surface of the final corner, it was more than enough to unsettle the back end, and it just snapped. There was nothing that the driver could do. That's Philip behind the wheel of this car. Actually not a Latvian driver. A driver from Romania driving for a Latvian team. And WorldSimSeries
drive-through. I guess that was contact on lap 1.
Unsafe overtake. I see it was unsafe overtake on an MX5 car, actually. They overtook Mesitas, number 30 car, and it was unsafe, and that was a warning. Then, causing an incident, they had a contact with International Racing Team. They received a
That
warning.
was lap 1. That was lap 1 with International Racing Team.
Yeah. But I see only 2 warnings here. Don't see a third warning. They were in an accident with the MX5s for a couple of times. Anyways, this is a drive-through, and for a car which looked pretty strong, they still do look pretty strong, but that's gonna hurt their performance slightly. The overall ability of having a good result in this race. APX, no issues whatsoever, and Team Blue Flag drive through from race control. So plenty of GT cars now receiving drive-through penalties. WorldSimSeries into the pit lane. Team Blue Flag, another GT car, they should also be heading into the pit lane. They are currently 11th. This is a Ferrari on the racetrack. And look how unsettling the cars become. They decide to stay for one more lap. Yep, car number 9, Team Blue Flag. They also have this penalty here. Here we go.
That's and WorldSimSeries drive-through taken. I would have expected them to run at least a few laps longer before serving that penalty. Because now, well, they're into traffic once again. Could have maybe avoided some of it. But Latvian Lightning Locomotives, they qualified second, lost that position at the start as they run wide. Lost that position at the start and couldn't really find that pace to overtake up into P2. Obviously, a long, long way to go. But still, doesn't look great for them. Doesn't look great for anybody looking at the pace of APX, who are already 7 seconds at the front of the field. We've not even run for 15 minutes of this race, actually, because we had that formation lap which counted into the 12 hours. So really, we've run less than 15 minutes, 7 seconds at the lead. This might be a very, very boring race for the race leader. Obviously depends on the second driver in the car, how they can do it, how they do behind the wheel. But another fastest lap from the race leader. That was, let's wait and see. 1.5 seconds quicker than P2.
Wow, so the traffic, even in traffic, the APX team are doing phenomenal job. Aruda behind the wheel. They had about 2 seconds advantage before they ran into the MX5s. It now grew up to 8.5 seconds in total. And this is just pure car control. Oh, Dream to Drive Juniors, they overtook. No, they did not overtook. What's happening here? Dream to Drive up to into P3. So Redshift, they were running second, I believe. Then they dropped to third. Now they dropped down to fourth. And this is a battle between GT Pro-Am and GT Pro Class. Looks like Redshifts are having a little issues with the tires. Car seems to be a little bit more unstable here. Setups are open for the car, so and every team can have identical cars but differently set up, which makes the pace for the teams a little bit different. They can have a stable car at for the beginning of the stint and then a slightly less stable car for the end of it, or they can have a slightly better balanced car throughout for the whole stint, but a slightly slower car to keep it stable. That's why we might see different paces throughout the stints as usual.
So heading a little bit of a snap. The sun is starting to come up, so we'll see the temperatures increase at, oh, they should start increasing soon. Race leader once again puts over 1.5 seconds on the cars that would be trying to chase him down. They're back into traffic once again. As the traffic spreads a little bit more, you'll see them be in traffic always, but oh, a little bit of a touch, I think, on the back of that. You get past this traffic so quickly that it's really the loss in time will be if you get stuck into a corner. If you can't get past the car into before a braking zone. And Dream to Drive Junior are looking good.
Looks like the Mustangs started struggling here. We are about 20 minutes into the stint. And the Porsche suddenly became alive by the looks of it.
Wait, where did we lose Redshift Locomotive?
Yep, I'm also looking at it. I'm not
They
sure.
dropped to 6th, yep. And they had a very, very slow lap last lap. There is what looks to be a damaged MX5 on, well, driver's right and was left of your screen. It's definitely damaged. It's going very, very slowly. Could that be somehow related? To see if there's any obvious signs of damage. Don't see it. But Dream to Drive Junior in a good position. They've started to claw back quite a lot of time. Faster by about a second over the Latvian Lightning locomotives. So really going quickly. Interesting that that big of a pace shift has happened so quickly. Still, race leader actually wasn't the fastest car out on track, but will depend on traffic for sure. Still holds a lead of now 11 seconds at the front of the field. We'll see if these two cars start to battle properly at the front for P2. And this is actually the battle for the lead in GT Pro. Overall race lead is held by...
Oh, this is gonna be a penalty.
Yep, that's a guaranteed penalty. So Dream to Drive Junior will definitely head down at least for a drive-through penalty for that.
It's really hard to read out those slower cars. We have to go a little bit deeper into the race for the drivers to get more familiar with what the pace difference in the corner seems to be able to stop that car. But it was such a huge difference in pace that there's nothing that Kniva could do. He was already braking. It was just that the speed difference was so huge, you can hardly imagine.
That is very, very difficult, and for the team here, they'll have to think of when they when they get that penalty, when they serve it, but definitely demotivating for them, I'm sure, and a time loss in any case.
Yep. Well, it is what it is. This is a multi-class race. You have to be prepared for the slower or faster oncoming traffic, and of course it's in the hands of the faster car for a safe overtake. There was nothing wrong that the MX5 was doing. It was just taking its line. It was just that Domantas Kniva was getting a little bit closer to the Latvian Lightning Locomotive's car, and well, just I don't know, he was not expecting, I believe, to have that MX5 to be at such a huge pace difference in the middle of the corner, well, in the entry of the corner. Oh, this is a brave move, and actually cheers to International Racing Team. They are not happy
Who are not
about it.
happy. Nope,
Yeah.
not happy at all. Flash of the lights.
But nice reaction. They caught it nice. They saw him coming. I think they will try to do something similar now. It was definitely a dive bomb move. But nice that Kajoni has saw it coming. That's Tomala behind the wheel of the Redshift Locomotives team. Identical cars, slightly different strategies for how one should take a corner. Oh, that's close. The Mazda had to back off a little bit to the outside as it saw the huge speed difference incoming from the IRT car. What's that? A contact between IRT and Redshift. And Redshift just received a drive-through for cutting. I think they slowed down a little bit. That's why IRT almost hit them. I'm not sure what happened there on the exit of the Le Mans corner.
That was... and they immediately go to the pits.
Yep, they
to serve that penalty. Didn't wait at all.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna calm them down maybe slightly. They seem to be quite a lot on fire here on this racetrack. Now let's move over to the MX5 class. So IRT number 2, they are now back into the lead. They dropped to P3 at one point of this race. They are now almost 7 seconds ahead of Latvian Lightning Locomotives. Oh, this race is dominated by the Latvians. They have brought plenty of teams, plenty of cars on to the Sebring International Raceway, and they are doing a pretty nice job here in both of the classes, fighting for podium places. Now 47 Senior Racing Team, they are P3. What place did they start? Yep, so the 47 Senior Team, they started 3rd, and they are continuing to run in P3 in their class. This is a battle for the podium places.
And they led the class at one point after the start. And remember, had that little touch with the International Racing Team, who have gone to the lead of the class and have escaped away, just like... what is that for doing? It's just moving all around the track. And they have escaped from Latvian Lightning Locomotives and 47 Senior Team. So maybe just better traffic management as well, because it's not only the faster cars that have to manage the traffic, it's also the slower cars that have to look behind, see where it's better to lift, where it's better to go flat out, and how to block also the GT car from coming past if they don't want to be overtaken into a corner. If they can do that, they'll try and hold the inside line to not let another car through. This is something to consider for the MX5s as well. It's possible to gain time. Thought that car was coming into the pits. It was super tight on the exit of Sunset. As they run down into turn 1, get past the MX5 traffic. It's side by side between, that is GT traffic now, or yep.
Nope, it is a battle for P15 between Old Boys Sim Racing and PDTs, and number 9 Ferrari is behind. Yep, the Team Blue Flag is the last currently in the GT3 field after that penalty. Did they have a penalty? Did they have a drive-through penalty? I think they had it.
Wasn't that Oh yeah, probably they did, because I remember them running in the top 10 at one point. Interestingly, a GT Pro car of Old Boys Sim Racing is struggling to find pace here. Running all the way down in 16th. By the way, gap for the lead is 13 seconds.
Yep, so currently a very calm stint now for the leaders. They have the ability to be a little bit more careful when catching up with the traffic. We've seen how difference of a pace these cars have, not only on the straights but also in the corners, so you have to be very precise, and when you have that gap you can allow yourself to be a little bit more careful, maybe wait out a little bit longer till you make that pass, though APX proved that they are very fast, not only when they are in the lead solo on the racetrack, also when they are in traffic. That's when they build out the huge gap that they currently have. As soon as they caught up with the MX5s, they just disappeared into the distance. Latvian Lightning locomotives now second without the threat from the Dream to Drive Junior team, which might also receive a drive-through penalty or something similar. Maybe that's going to be a warning. I'm not sure how the system is going to work here. Maybe a warning and then 3 warnings will turn into a drive-through penalty for the Dream to Drive car. They just have to stay on the racetrack now and do what they were doing. It's now 4.5 seconds between Latvian Lightning locomotives and the Dream to Drive team. As we see the pace difference here on the right side of our screens, as we are also looking at a move here from the Old Boys Sim Racing team. It wasn't executed till the end, but it's a nice attempt, and the redshifts are sitting behind, watching this battle closely. Let's ride on board with the... Oh, that's Team Blue Flag. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Team Blue Flag number 9 just sitting there tightly, watching that battle as they deal with traffic, going very late on the brakes before this right-hand corner. That was the tower corner. Through Bishop into the Le Mans chicanes we come, which will lead us into the Ullmann Straight, and the positions are still as they were one lap before. I'm glad we've seen a couple of overtake attempts. It did cost a little bit for the Old Boys Sim Racing team and Team Blue Flag. Yep, we do have a rainbow. I was also wondering why it is here, because no clouds, no rain, but well, a pretty nice rainbow sits here to cheer up the drivers. For example, the APX team, when it's bored, I think Lightning Locomotives just made a mistake, because the gap went up to 17 seconds and went down to 1.2 seconds between P2 and P3. Was it traffic we had? It was 4.5 seconds between Dream to Drive. It was 13 between APX. Lightning
was 2.5 when they crossed the line last time. So, yep, lost. Well, they lost 1.3 on that last lap and have lost time again on this lap.
So maybe not a mistake. Maybe the tires are the tire age kicking in.
Maybe I would say traffic. That's the most likely thing. If you catch an MX5 in a place where you can't overtake, or it's very difficult to overtake, I'm not surprised that then you have those very, very big changes in the gaps.
I wonder if our pit stop counter works here. It should have been fixed. It wasn't. We definitely had drive-throughs, but it looks like it didn't catch up with anyone entering the pits. So again, we will not have any info now about the pit stops. Looking at the last laps of the drivers, look how fast the APX car is with Aruda behind the wheel. They are simply dominating this field now.
Yep, and they're looking very, very comfortable in that lead. Well, that's very early on the turn-in here. Well, I noticed cars are really turning in early into that braking zone, into the hairpin.
Maybe they find more
maybe,
grip there a little
yeah,
bit in
maybe
the inside.
that's the faster way to go in Assetto Corsa. Could be. Here's again that Dream to Drive Junior car, who've done a very good job from the start of this race. Went up positions at the start and have continued to go up with avoiding issues as well. The WorldSimSeries team obviously had that drive-through penalty, as did Redshift Locomotive Racing. Sun coming up. That will start blinding the drivers as they run down into turn 1. But we are half an hour, a bit more than half an hour into this race. It has definitely calmed down. Still, battle for P2 has potential. It's obviously very traffic dependent. Now the car in P2 is going to have an issue. They caught up to an MX5, I think went around the outside of turn 1. Still looked like a little bit of a time loss. Definitely was. Gap now down about 3/10 compared to where we had it when they crossed the line.
Yep, and that they will have a clean track now for a short amount of duration. No MX5s in the way, at least for this lap. I think they should be clean for a couple of laps here, so a pure battle between the drivers on a clear track. As Zama Motorsport have took their first long pit stop. That's definitely issues. This is a car in the MX5 class, I believe. Yep, Zajkowska's behind the wheel of that MX5.
And we saw that car also, I think, get a penalty for jump start at the start of the race.
Yep, they definitely received a drive-through penalty.
And this battle still continuing on. This is for 14th overall. As to the outside goes the old boys sim racing car, and I think they'll get the move done into the braking zone for the hairpin, a little bit wide. Oh, MX5 spun on the inside. That's Zama Motorsport, so they've just come out of a long pit and have been spun round. Well, I'm guessing they've been spun round. Could be also caused by themselves. Old boys sim racing defended the inside, it looked like, but the gap behind is pretty large. So maybe need to readjust the mirrors on that car. Here's team 47. That was the delayed car at the start. They spun on lap 1. Had to go all the way to the back of the field because they had to wait for all the MX5s to get past. And
positions are shuffling here in the GTM class. So Team Blue Flag already up to P12. They were 17th a couple of laps ago. So the GTM's having some sort of issues. Because positions are changing. No position change still in the battle for P2 overall. Dream to Drive is 1.5 seconds behind the Latvian Lightning locomotives. This is PDTs. They just lost out to the old boys. They're trying to hold on. WorldSimSeries car, hello, running 9th. Not the best race for this team. Doesn't seem to be a good one. That's Mendel is behind the wheel. He now has O'Brien in front of him. O'Brien is a team which consists only of one driver, at least only one driver is registered for this race. It is possible that this is a team that shares one simulator, or it might be a one-driver's team. I think O'Brien is usually a driver who participates in these events solo, and it's possible to do a 12-hour race by yourself. You have those 6 3-minute breaks. You have the ability to deal with anything you could have to deal with, so it's definitely doable, even though it's highly exhausting. There are drivers who definitely love these challenges. I'm not sure if O'Brien is a solo driver team, but maybe they are. Latvian junior locomotives taking a long stop. At least by the looks of it, they have just disconnected from the server. They are now down in P16 and they will be down to P17. There goes Matas Mendelis into turn 1 on Leo Bryan. And that's move done. Nice racing by both of the drivers.
And was smart here. He didn't want to engage in an unnecessary fight and let through the WorldSimSeries car. As soon as that car made the move, he was happy to give him enough space.
You can see how unsettling the cars are sometimes into the braking zone. The Mustangs, Mendelis just slightly lost the rear end, and Latvian Lightning locomotives just lost P2 to the Dream to Drive team, and maybe that was caused to traffic and again running a little bit wide, a little bit on the edge of the racetrack. I wonder what happened here to these drivers. That's Philip behind the wheel. No, that's Gavars behind the wheel. Yep, I'm looking at the wrong team. That's Gavars behind the wheel. He was second. He's now down in P3. 4 seconds is the gap. We will see the lap difference here of the final lap. How big was the mistake? Was not big. I don't get it.
What I guess happened?
They were... Dream to Drive was 1.5 seconds behind. They are... That's... Okay, that's actually... That's what happened. So Gavras is down into P5. It's so confusing having so many Latvian Lightning Locomotives teams. Here you go. This was the team with Gavras behind the wheel. He's now in P5. He lost 16 seconds. Did they have a drive-through or something?
I don't think they had a drive-through. I don't remember seeing that car have a... No, they didn't.
Yeah, but definitely they lost 16 seconds and then they went down to P5. That's where Philip comes from. They went up into P3 with the Latvian Locomotives number 2 Redshift Locomotive Racing Team drive-through taken. So many similar team names, my head already hurts.
That was the car that was running at the front. They were running second. And then they lost a lot of time, which we didn't see, and now they've taken a drive-through. So, yep.
Oh, well, was that a big corner cut? Maybe that was also the issue a couple of laps ago. They definitely caught a lot of the final Le Mans chicane, the pre-final chicane part of the Le Mans corner.
He straight-lined that one. I guess that's where those cutting penalties come in. Interesting choice of line. I wonder who can... I wonder if the penalty for cutting the course is applied as a fact that you went off track, or can you slow down and not get the penalty or get the warning? So a very, very interesting line taken by that car. We'll see if anything else comes of it throughout the race. And those penalties are automatic, I do believe. So, class leaders so far. 45 minutes into this race, it's Dream to Drive Junior ahead of International Racing Team and Latvian Lightning Locomotives in GT Pro. GT Pro-Am, it's APX, and that's the overall race leader as well, ahead of Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2 and SGS, who started started 15th in overall. Kangaroo Airways lead in GTM, 10 seconds to the good on Hypernova Racing, and T-Jet Bandits sit in third and last in that class. And MX5, it is International Racing Team number 2, ahead of 47 Senior Racing Team, who are ahead of Latvian Lightning Locomotives. Only a second separates second and third, 15 seconds to the lead in the MX5 class. And there was a switch, I think, because 47 Senior were behind Latvian Lightning Locomotives at one point. But that's another class where the lead gap is huge. Let me see, I think the smallest gap for the lead is GTM. Actually, GT Pro and GTM are pretty similar. 10 point... Oh, contact. And this is for second in MX5. 47 Senior lose that position once again. I think that was something with traffic.
Yep, there was a GTM car overtaking both of the MX5s into turn 1, then it slightly touched the wall, and I think it had unsettled the MX5s slightly. That's why they came together. I don't think it was a huge incident, just a small miscommunication that can happen in races like these when we have such a huge difference in the size of the classed cars. Look at the Mustang and the MX5s. The Mustang trying to find way around the corner when overtaking the small, tiny MX5 car, which is currently sitting third in its class. Team 47 doing a nice job. They were looking to take that P2 for themselves, and this is an outbreak. A huge mistake by the Senior 47 team. Maybe they were looking at the screen and they missed the braking point. That's us behind the wheel of the number 47, well, number 20, but Team 47 car. Oh, Redshift Locomotive Racing Team, they've disconnected from the server. That means, I think, they are on a long stop. Tomala was behind the wheel, and, well, the long stops come quite early for some teams here. As Dream to Drive, did they have an issue? Just 3/10 already going the defensive into turn 1. How things change fast here around this Sebring International Raceway. 30 seconds gap between APX and the currently second Dream to Drive car. Latvian Lightning Locomotives also in the pit lane, so those pit stops come in early here. We still got 11 minutes till we hit that 1 hour mark, and the drivers, the teams, should have the ability to use the slow warm-up lap, which counts towards the overall time, so that means they could have saved fuel for the first stint. And all that you would like to do for a perfect strategy is just to keep your driver on the racetrack for as long as possible to cross that hour mark. The teams that are making these early pit stops, they are already losing out in strategy, not only with positions on the racetrack. Nice view from the rear diffuser of the Dream to Drive Junior team car into the Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2 car, number 2 team, number 3 car. Rainbow's still here.
From the Latvian Lightning Locomotives junior team. International racing team up into 4th through all of the mess that was happening around the track. They've gone up a few spots. And but definitely that Ford is pretty close. It looked like Dream to Drive Junior had very, very good speed in the middle part of the race.
Oh, that's outbreaking! Wow!
What happened there? He almost ran him over.
I wanted to say that the
turn
sunshine
one.
might be shining right into the eyes of the drivers and they might miss the braking point, so maybe that was the issue. It's not too bright. I'm not sure how the graphics are set up on the simulators of the drivers, but at our screens...
Redshift locomotive penalty for
swap
time. 36 seconds stop and go.
Yep.
So it goes from bad to worse for them. It was a good start, and then everything just fell apart.
I wonder what the motivation level now the team has. They started well, definitely. They were battling for top spots. They have the pace, but having so many issues in the first hour of the race definitely sets the motivation bar slightly lower. I hope they can bring it up. Still a little bit too early into the race to get upset, but it's of course upsetting have those issues so early on. They definitely lost plenty of time here with these mistakes. Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2. They had a chance. They were very close to the Dream to Drive car. They definitely put on a huge pressure on Domantas Kniva. They are now a little bit further behind. Have to be careful with the traffic around the last corner, which is very bumpy, and it looks like it's really difficult for the Mustang to take that different line around here. On the outside, on the inside, you have plenty of bumps, so it's definitely hard to keep that car on the racetrack. But they did well. They lost the back end slightly, but they didn't lose time in comparison to the gap they had before that corner. It's still 1.5 seconds, and it looks like at this stage of the race, when the cars become very light and the tires are already worn out, they have the pace advantage by the looks of it. Interesting settings for this event. We usually had that 150 or 200% tire wear. This time we have a normal 1-to-1 tire wear ratio. I wonder, would that give the opportunity for the drivers to double stint the tires?
I believe the fuel comes in at the same time as tires.
Nope. In this event, it's different. Yep, it is in the rules. Fuel and tire change or repairs happen separately, so you can save time. Maybe that's why the tire wear is 100% to give a little bit more strategic options for the teams. If you can save your tires and double stint them, this is a very nice opportunity to gain even more time strategy-wise. You lose a little bit of time with those worn-out tires, but hey, we've had events where the tire wear was 200%, so 100% gives you double stint opportunity.
We'll see if anybody tries to do that. Definitely an option. And then if that does save you those 20 seconds or so that would be needed for a tire change. Here's the lap crisis P8. And they've lost quite a lot of time to the WorldSimSeries car, who overtook them about 20 minutes or so ago.
Yep, it was not that long ago. It was maybe 10 minutes
less,
ago, but
maybe 10.
yeah, but they are down in P8, 2 seconds behind the SGS team, which is a Pro-Am.
18 behind WorldSimSeries, who they worked together with on track.
Yep, they were. WorldSimSeries overtook them quite easily into turn 1, so something had happened. Can we catch up in the timings? Yep, that's lap 22, 18 seconds lost. That's where the gap comes from.
Wonder if they had a...
I don't think so. This car is clean. We've seen how it reacted to the overtake. And they are definitely smart here on the racetrack. Well, race goes on. Down into P8. Still not too bad. They are driving... they are P8 overall. They are actually third in the Pro class. Wow, they are P3 in the GT Pro class, so that's why they are just being a little bit more careful. That move that we've seen coming from WorldSimSeries was actually for P2, and wow, the GT Pro teams are not shining here in this race. We have GTM cars taking much higher places here in the standings. 2 GTMs are actually 4th and 5th. Kangaroo, Airways and Hypernova racing teams, cars number 7 and 8. They are P4 and P5 overall, P1 and P2 in the GTM class.
And the gap for the lead is over half a minute now.
And it's Pro-Am versus Pro. Pro-Am in the lead,
so
Pro second.
Pro-Am car leads by over half a minute over the car in second. Let me see here. I think by the time we get to about P5, we are looking at a minute from the lead. Yes, we are. So P5, 1 minute from the lead. P4 is a GTM car, so the theoretically should be the slowest of the GT cars. But that is pretty impressive by the Pro-Am car to lead by this much.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you know, the cars are classified by the license level that the drivers have. Now, the license level that the driver have comes from the WorldSimSeries platform calculations. And sometimes it happens that some drivers do plenty of races and they level up their license, and the other drivers that might be faster, they just sit there and participate in the premium events. They don't do daily races on the WorldSimSeries platform. That's why their license level is a little bit lower, and that doesn't reflect the reality about the pace of the drivers. So that's why we see these classes shuffled around a little bit in an unusual way, because, well, usually you would hope to see the Pro Plus just dominate the field. That doesn't happen, and that's why it is naturally coming from the system. I don't think it's a bad thing. Everyone gets to race in their class. It's just a little bit not in the positions that one would hope.
And there could even be a Pro-Am 1 and 2 if things go the way of Latvian Lightning Locomotives Jr. Coming up to the hour mark, we should expect to see the GT cars start coming in for the proper pit stops. We've had a few stops, but they were pretty much out of sequence. And now we're getting pit stops. We should be getting pit stops that are in sequence. Getting past the traffic. Now for the MX5s, I see one of them in the pits, at least the car that's 19th overall. One of the lead cars in the MX5s has come down pit road. So it looks like it's also about an hour for the MX5s that they stay in the car. at least there is enough fuel in the car for tight down into turn 1. Latvian Lightning locomotives are still battling Team Blue Flag, who's not giving up here.
Well, Team Blue Flag, they were also fast. They had penalties, they had issues, so that's why they are holding on to that position. They know that they can battle the Latvian Lightning Locomotives car with Gavars behind the wheel. The pace difference is not that huge, though Gavars is definitely faster. He was closest to the pace of Aruda. But I'm pretty sure Amaral has all the rights to be as fighty as he wants. And Dream to Drive and Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2 into the pits right after we hit the 1 hour mark. Team Blue Flag stuck a little bit behind the MX5s, and now that's all chances gone for them to retake that position. Kangaroo Airways, an M car, moving up into P2 with what's a very nice pace and also looks to be a very nice strategy. They saved fuel and they are currently doing what they need to do. Not only thinking about the pace, also for thinking about the strategy. Stacker Racing, MX5 car drive-through for speeding, so you have to be very careful while entering the pit lane. And Dream to Drive team, I think they have a driver change. I think they've disconnected Short from the pit lane, so that might indicate that they are on a long stop already, which is after 1 hour. Maybe Kniva was not too comfortable.
That's an option for sure. Because they do have, let's say, 1 extra long stop that they normally wouldn't use if they run 2 hours, but now they'll have to run 2-hour-long stints in the car. What I would be concerned about if I was anybody else on the grid, somebody who hasn't stopped, is the car that just put half a minute on second place throughout that first hour of the race. They're still going, so they have been able to keep up that pace while saving fuel as well. So for everybody else, I would be worried.
Oh yeah.
Because for everybody else, they actually stopped.
Base.
They also stopped early because remember we had that formation lap, which took up quite a bit of time, and there wasn't really fuel being burnt during the formation lap, or at least very little fuel being burnt. So that the fact they had to stop before the real hour mark of driving flat out is a little bit concerning as well, I think, for the other teams.
Yep, they are in a risk to own themselves an extra pit stop by the end of this race. They definitely have to think about fuel saving now. That might hurt towards the night when we will approach the checkered flag time. Well, a GT3 car should definitely be more than safe of running 1 full hour stint. It should theoretically allow the drivers to have a slightly longer stint. What's that? Oh, okay, this is a lapped car and pulling out to the side. Yep, Dream to Drive Junior, they did do a long stop. So, yep, this was
early
GTM versus GTM traffic. Our leaders just hit a bump and almost lost the car. Avoiding barriers, not avoiding barriers. Actually, they hit it slightly on the exit. This was a hot moment.
I'm not sure they did.
I think they hit it slightly.
It looked like the car moved, but I think that's more of a graphical thing here. I don't think they actually touched the wall because it looked, yeah, you can see the car moving strange. Because they were quite far away from that wall, it looked like. And they really slowed it down, so I would be surprised if they actually hit the wall. Small mistake, which we haven't really seen from the leader. To be honest, we haven't been watching the leader, so we don't really know what was happening. But a small mistake and a little bit of a wake-up call, I'm sure.
Wakey, wakey. And what we know for sure that the car is still out on the racetrack without taking that pit stop. So already 2 laps advantage in first stint against the Dream to Drive Junior car, which was running second before they went into the pit lane. This is huge, actually. 2 laps on a track which is 6 kilometers long. To my point of view, it's already huge. It's 12 kilometers, and we might even get more, I believe. I think the GTM cars can do 1 hour and 10 minutes stint if they need to. They are currently on a 1 hour 5 minute stint, but have in mind that 3 minutes belong to the outlap, where they definitely did not use plenty of fuel. So if they'll be able to keep out that car on the racetrack for 1 extra lap, that's becoming a huge problem for the teams who think they can conquer or battle for the win in this race. Not only pace advantage this Ford has, also fuel economy advantage. No, it looks like they are heading into the pit lane. Yep, they are. So no wonder. Still 1 hour and 5 minutes stint long. It's more than enough. That should be about 1 hour and 2 minutes on pure pace for the next stops.
And depending on if they can carry this on, they might actually be able to save a pit stop by the end of this race.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's a good point.
Because they went over, so they went 1 hour 5 on that first stint. If they can keep saving that much fuel, they'll be at by the end of the race they'll save us. No, they would actually save a full pit stop if everybody else keeps going only 1 hour. Either way, they'll at least save a splash compared to everybody else, and that's already big.
Oh, kangaroos!
This car does.
Yep.
Stays out longer.
Nice.
So another car on a good strategy.
And we'll have a new race leader here, and it will belong to an M car, at least for 1 lap. Maybe not a full lap, because they will have to head into the pit lane by the end of this lap. Most likely. I'm not sure if they'll be able to hold on for yet another lap. But they are still enjoying the lead of this race for at least 6 kilometers long. Hypernova also staying out on the racetrack. WorldSimSeries, they are also staying out on the racetrack. There you go. Suddenly we have a little bit more cars on a better strategy, which brings possibly new names in the battle for top places. We don't have overall podium. We have class podiums, but we enjoy looking at the overall standings and seeing it as a battle of the cars for overall places. The M's, we have only 3 GTM cars here, so no matter what position the team will finish this race at, can it be P17 or P12, they are still finishing on podium places. So good for the M category. A home race, but I see that Kangaroos and also Hypernova Racing, they are definitely enjoying this and being huge players in the overall places. They are definitely here to leave a mark on the WorldSimSeries platform. APX back on the racetrack in P4, quite close to the WorldSimSeries car. It's not going to be for too long. I'm pretty sure by the end of this lap, or most likely by the end of the next lap, they will go into the pit lane. Kangaroos staying out. They are staying out. So 2 laps extra on the leaders. I thought that the GTM cars have the possibility to stay out on the racetrack for 1 hour and 10 minutes, and that's what the drivers are proving here. They run a little slower, slightly slower pace, but that's already 2 laps advantage on the lead car, 4 laps, at least 4 laps advantage on the Dream to Drive Junior car. WorldSimSeries also on the track. Nice. I love that we have these plenty of different strategies and plenty of different fuel consumptions. And look at the WorldSimSeries, it's actually pulling away from Aruda now. It was 2.5 seconds. Well, Aruda went out on the racetrack with cold tires. It should take about 1 full lap for the tire temperature to come up. During the second lap, they should be around the good pace. They have a heavier car. Still losing a little bit to this WorldSimSeries car in that battle for P3 overall.
So APX, it's a pretty long time in the pits actually. I'm guessing they were doing a full service pit stop, which indicates that the cars ahead are only doing tires. Kangaroo Airways though, they've found something. Not only are they running, okay, they've run 5 minutes longer than the race leader, which is fine, because they were running at a much lower pace than the race leader. So I'm not surprised. They were essentially running a second or two a lap slower than the race leader, so you can definitely save quite a lot of fuel doing that. I'm more surprised at how big of a gap they have against cars that have been running the same pace. So incredibly, cars that are running a second slower than the leader have been consuming more fuel, except for this one car. And Hypernova Racing as well.
Yep. And still out on the racetrack. That's 3 laps extra. What? Wow. That's nice fuel consumption actually, and at this moment the pace of the WorldSimSeries car is better than the pace of the APX car.
Well, the APX car is full of fuel.
Yep, it is full of fuel. It was on cold tires for 1 or 2 laps. They should be getting a little bit faster now with every lap. There was no driver's change. It was a regular pit stop. Was that a slight lag issue by the movement of the car? Looked a bit sketchy around the corner. Hopefully they have no issues. Arruda is a driver from Brazil, so it's a long way to the server. They might sometimes have these small lag issues, but maybe it is just the graphics, how it looks around the corners. And yep, the car is definitely moving a little bit sketchy around the corners, not drastically. When the cars lag, you could identify it by the movement around the corners. There we go, now they are opening up the pace. And this should be now the moment when the leaders go in the pits. Well, for some teams we do have the pit stop counter working, so maybe the system is not counting the drive-throughs. I'm just guessing now.
Oh, but definitely more cars pitted, so... Leader, well, the Kangaroo Airways car into the pits. So they've made it 13 minutes over the hour. Hypernova stays out, so they've still got fuel in the car.
This is a huge... WorldSimSeries also staying out on the racetrack. This is already... It's going to be 10 minutes difference between WorldSimSeries and the APX car for how long they stayed on the racetrack. It's about 20 minutes. It's going to be about 15 minutes difference between WorldSimSeries and the Dream to Drive car. Is Dream to Drive car what class they are at? I don't... They are also in a pro... They are pro class. So, yep, Dream to Drive car is pro class. Having this huge 15 minutes... Yep, they are lagging. APX are definitely lagging. My eyes were not lying back on the racetrack. The Dream to Drive Junior is a GT Pro car. WorldSimSeries is also a GT Pro car, and there is gonna be at least 15 minutes strategy difference for the first pit stops. That's a huge advantage for the WorldSimSeries car. They need to keep that car on the racetrack no matter what happens, because they have a huge chance here. They were behind the Dream to Drive car. They were in the lower top 10 places at the opening laps at the beginning of this race. Suddenly they become a player here in the battle for the pro lead. Gavar's now up into P2, back into P2 in the pro class. He's 5th overall. About 40 seconds, no, about 25 seconds behind WorldSimSeries, so they are still in the lead of the WorldSimSeries car by pace. But Latvians, they had their pit stop even earlier. Yes, indeed, Latvians, they made that pit stop. That was not only a drive-through, so the system that is responsible for calculating the pit stop count, is still not working. Hypernova out.
World Sim Series big spin at sunset. Went in sideways on entry, and now I think it's time.
Nope. Hypernova also stayed out on the track. I don't know.
I really don't understand. Something is wrong here.
It is. I agree. Something is wrong. It's already 1 hour and 15 minutes into this race that was close between International Racing Team and Latvian Lightning Locomotives. One of the cars. So this was a 3 cars battle between IRT, Latvian Lightnings, and Team Blue Flag. Yep, we'll definitely have to go back to that pit stop topic, to the fuel economy topic. What's happening there? Kangaroo took their long stop with their pit stop, but Hypernova and WorldSimSeries, and I wonder how many more cars we have that are still staying on the racetrack. Team Blue Flag International Racing Team. It's a shame we don't have these detailed statistics where we can look and understand how the cars are doing on the racetrack. That's what you have to deal with AC platform, lack of information. But I wonder how many more cars we have.
Kangaroo Airways drive-through penalty. They just got a drive-through penalty for pit entry or exit line. So they crossed that. Yeah, I'm really confused about these pit stops. I really don't know how some of these cars pitted an hour into the race. And now we've got cars that are running almost an hour and 20 minutes into the race.
Yep, this is definitely... These are decisive moments in the battles for places. Can you believe that Hypernova are still not pitting? Do they run on fuel? Do they have a fuel bug? Because now it's unbelievable.
They've run almost 10 laps longer than some of the other cars. I can't believe you can save 10 laps of fuel.
There's something definitely off. Something's not right. Even with a long out lap.
A lap or 2 of fuel, that makes sense.
Well, a lap is already quite a lot because it's a long lap, 6 kilometers long, so it's basically 1.5 laps of a normal circuit, as Latvian Lightning Locomotives also almost run into the back of the IRT car. But
yeah, but you can save a lap or 2. You can save a lap or 2 in an hour.
2 is perfectly normal, yep, I totally agree with you, but
10 is something I really don't understand. I don't believe you can save that much fuel. The only answer to this is, did everybody else underfuel?
Yep.
But that would be just I don't know. Why would you choose that strategy ever? Because right now you're looking, if this continues like this, you're looking at losing a pit stop every 3 hours.
So that's 3 pit stops lost
throughout the race.
Yep,
at least. So that, I mean, if you hit 3 times for full service more than everybody else on strategy, you can go home. I mean, you could disconnect now because there's no point in continuing the race if that's the strategy you have.
Yeah, just press and hold that button on your computer. This is the...
there's no point. You can unplug because there's no way you're doing anything in this race. I mean, look at the results we have now, and it's not going to get better than this if this kind of strategy continues.
APX managed to overtake Hypernova on the racetrack. Hypernova still staying out on the track without going into the pit lane. They made a mistake on the previous lap. They lost 13 seconds, but that was definitely not because they went into the pit lane. WorldSimSeries also staying out on the racetrack. What are we looking at here? I still don't understand.
I think it's getting closer to be a tire limited stint.
It is.
I can't believe. I mean, the only reason you would now run a shorter stint is that you don't change tires in the pit stop.
Yep. That's a good point. So the teams that
But
are doing
still,
that
you're
1 hour
losing too
stint,
much time.
it
You're
is too
still
much
losing
time.
too much time. You're still losing too much time. If you're losing a pit stop every 3 hours of the race, you can run the same set. That's not gonna make a difference here. You're losing too much time.
Now, what
And
about the
even for
MX5s?
APX, I really don't get what's happening then with APX, because why did they pit so early?
Yep,
They're now they
they
pitted
pitted
15 minutes ago.
Yep, 15 minutes ago, exactly. 15 minutes ago. It's already a huge difference. And the 30 seconds gap that they had, it's not going to be enough because, well, they will definitely lose at least one pit stop if they'll continue pitting so early. It's a shame we don't have some insights from the teams on why they choose to run one or the other strategy, because it's already a huge difference. It's an unbelievable difference. It's not a huge, it's enormous difference. Yep, Hypernova into the pits, so 1 hour and 21 minutes on the racetrack, WorldSimSeries. So there we go. It is about a 1 hour and 18 minutes stint that these cars can do if we rule out that outlap, that formation lap, which the teams were able to save a little bit of fuel, so they managed to stay on the racetrack for 1 hour 21 minutes and a half. Just take those 3 minutes away, so that's 1 hour and 18 minutes. So the APX pitted with 1 hour and 5 minutes. It's 20 minutes difference.
Yep, it's a huge difference. I don't know how anybody plans to catch up to this.
Yep, like Latvian Lightning locomotives. Which car is this? Oh, over the curb. Is this Gavars? Car number 3. Nope. This is Philip. This is Latvian Lightning locomotives number 2. Yep, Gavars is now up to P2. Back to P2 actually for a moment. Well, for this stage of the race, we have a leaderboard like this, which is totally not telling us what actual positions the cars are battling for, and that's going to be very tough even for the drivers participating in this race. It's going to be very hard to tell which position you're battling up till the very end of this race, because the grid is shuffled so badly now due to pace and due to different strategies. It's hard to tell what positions are being battled for now.
Yep, it's very, very difficult to tell, and with the long stops coming in as well, we've had a few of those. It's not going to get any easier. Right now, we've got... How many cars have we got on long stops? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In GT, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 in MX5, who have already completed a long stop.
So, what I'm wondering now, do the GTM cars have better fuel consumption? Can they do longer stints? We've missed out completely on the MX5s.
I saw one of the cars from the top 3 pitting at about the hour mark. I don't think the GTM cars have better consumption. They've definitely got bigger fuel tanks. Their fuel tanks are, the size of the MX5 pretty much. So I'm sure that helps them run quite a bit longer.
Mazdas have 60 liters of fuel or something, I believe.
And definitely less than what the definitely less than what the GTM cars have, but obviously the consumption is different. And the amount of laps driven is different in a stint. Right now, I can tell you that the gap from overall lead to the MX5s is 7 laps. That's the difference. And it will only keep increasing throughout the race. We'll have a very, very big difference in the amount of laps that the two classes have done. This is, I think, the biggest speed differential we've ever seen during a WorldSimSeries race. Maybe Norge? Did we ever have MX5s at the Nordschleife?
I can't recall. My
I don't
memory is
remember.
already old. Running out of memory.
I don't remember if we ever did. We definitely had BMW M2 Cup cars, something like that. But obviously they're much faster than the MX5s. I don't remember if we've had the MX5s. I know that the MX5s are at the 24 hours on a different simulator, but I don't remember seeing them. But this is definitely a very, very big pace differential and has created a quite big challenge for the drivers. We've seen quite a few, you can see in this MX5. Also, there's no roof on the car, so even scarier, I think. But yeah, the pace differential has created some interesting things when the drivers get on the back of those MX5s. They have to really react quickly once they get back on power. Now, top 3 in MX5, that's the RT number 247 Senior Racing Team and Latvian Lightning Locomotives. They're 80 seconds in front of the 47 Junior Racing Team. Yep, they are, and actually the leader has lapped everybody except P4, 3, and 2. So that's how big the pace difference is in MX5. For the MX5s, everybody that ran in pre-qualifying is in the race. That was not the case for GTs. For the GTs, actually a few cars that we know from other events like Customs GTAC, Crackton Racing, and some others did not make it through into that top split. Very interesting scenario for those teams. I wonder if they're gonna have a look at the second division. So Crackton Racing leads in Division 2, super close with SGS2. Only half a second separates them, but then much bigger gaps throughout the rest of the field in that second division. They've completed, they're gonna complete the 44th lap of the race right now. They're further into the race than Division 1. I guess they got released a little bit earlier.
They didn't have the rolling start. The rolling start was only in first
okay.
division because it's human controlled. The pace car is handled by race control. That's why it happens only in first division.
But their fastest lap in that second division is a 2:00.4. So that is, yeah, that's kind of fair. That pretty much there's only two cars that have four cars, I think, that have a worse fastest lap in Division 1. So the divisions have been split pretty equally. In terms of classes, you could have an argument that maybe the pro class should be leading the race, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. Battle for honor, because these are cars from GT Pro and GT Pro Am. So it really doesn't matter in the scheme of where you finish in this race. It matters only for your pride. So let's see if Latvian Lightning Locomotives 2 can get past International Racing Team. International Racing Team, they don't want to let a Pro-Am car go. Problem for International Racing Team is that they're half a minute behind Latvian Lightning Locomotives.
Oh, this is a close battle. Almost a touch.
Actually, looks like they're leaving some space, but sometimes battling. That looks looked deep, but it actually wasn't. Yeah, I don't know if there's that big of a point here to continue battling. I think it's a good idea to just let this car go. It's clear that it's quicker. I mean, it's putting pressure on you. Still got 10.5 hours to go, and you're not fighting him for position. It does not matter, because you're in two different categories. I don't know why he's, still trying to battle, because it's just slowing both of them down.
As I see it, they are just enjoying their race here, battling the identical car. They can do this. I'm pretty sure it's a little bit more wise to not battle it too hard, to not lose too much time, but, well, why not? Everybody here is to do racing, and that's what they are exactly doing here in this situation. Of course, the Latvian Lightning Locomotives, I'm not sure they are enjoying it too much. They are faster. This pass will not be for position, and they have to struggle and make mistakes, and a little bit too deep into the sunset corner. And
nope, I don't think they hit anything.
Nope, they didn't hit anything, but they will definitely lose very much time here in this situation. This was a spin, and they took quite a lot of time to turn that car around, and they lost about 13 seconds here. And that's not good. That's gonna make them even more angry now. I think they were getting upset a little bit about that harsh battle they were put in. And, well, maybe frustration kicked in for that mistakes. I can understand that it's very easy to make a mistake like this into that final corner with a Mustang. It doesn't seem to have quite a lot of rear grip. And braking slightly too late into those bumps can easily send you spinning around, and that's what happened. They will now have a much more calmer stint. 11 seconds to gain now on IRT car, and even more on the Latvian Lightning Locomotives car, which is also not in the same class. So, yep, they are currently second in the Pro-Am class, but it's really hard to tell what position they are battling actually for, because of that huge difference in the strategies. Oh, that's dangerous. Managed to avoid a contact, but it was close. WorldSimSeries trying to gain on Hypernova car. Very similar pace by both of these cars. Hypernova losing out a little bit on the previous
strategy as well.
Yep, identical strategy.
Latvian Lightning Locomotives into the pits.
Yep. Wow. The first pit was very early, actually. The second is even much earlier.
What's happening here? I mean, Yep, that's not gonna be good if they keep running these short of stints throughout the rest of this race. Oh, somebody in the wall. Hypernova in the wall. That was Hypernova in the wall. Position just switched, and they look to be in the wall at sunset. something happened there. And now WorldSimSeries gets into the lead of that strategy, I would call it. And Latvian Lightning locomotives came out right behind them. So we'll see if there can be an extra position switch there. Can Latvian Lightning locomotives find enough pace to get through? The overall leader of the race has lapped everybody except the top 6 now. And in terms of the MX5s, what are we looking at? Yep, the leader has lapped everybody except the top 4.
What a beautiful overtake here. I thought they were Clash, but the MX5 saw Hypernova coming. This was beautiful, actually. This overtake was very masterful, with tiniest of gaps and tiniest time loss for both of the cars.
I think in the MX5s, the leader's about to overtake P4 by a lap. No, longer lap, so still about 20 seconds difference, but that's coming. And same thing happening in the GTs. As the leader works his way through traffic, he's on the other side of the track compared to the Hypernova car. And we'll see how the strategies pan out. Because that was the big shock, and the big shock as well is what happened to Latvian Lightning locomotives, who had to pit super early for some reason, and they've already made 2 pit stops in this race. None of them a long stop. Interesting. It's still so strange to see how quickly they have to move out of line to not run into the back of the MX5s. Not even close on acceleration between the cars. Definitely a new experience for the drivers. I'm sure it's sometimes fun, sometimes isn't. 2 identically liveried cars up in front. He's gonna take one, and will he take both? Yep, gives space and takes both. Redshift locomotive has, well, they've either started a long stop.
Yep, and that would be second one already.
A second long stop in an hour and 40 minutes of this race, less than that. Or that is the car being retired. We'll see what happens. Nope, Tomola now gets into the car. So both of the drivers only did 46 minutes. 47 minutes for Tomola and 46 minutes for Spielman. I really don't get how they're figuring out this strategy.
I guess we'll figure out this by the end of this race, when all dots on the ice will be put. We'll see. Maybe, you know, they did their calculations. I'm not sure. Maybe they didn't figure out too much about the other possibilities. Maybe they just, you know, decided about one strategy that they will hold on to during the race. But it's definitely really hard to explain how.
I don't get how it makes sense to have already made 2 long stops, unless they had damage on the car. But because the 2 stops are so close, I mean, Tomola did 22 laps, but one of those was the formation lap. Spielman did 21, so they did the exact same amount of laps, essentially, and they both came in to do a long stop. And 45 minutes, okay, it's not exactly half of what WorldSimSeries was able to do on a single tank of fuel, but pretty close. Yeah, I'm confused, really confused here.
You know what? It's not the first time when we get confused
Yeah,
while
it's not
looking these
the
races.
first time
It's like,
we're confused,
yeah.
but yeah, I mean, it's such a difference in strategy, and there's a very clear strategy which is good here, which is that you run an hour and 20 minutes on a single tank of fuel. These other strategies are really hard to explain. I don't get it. And for Redshift Locomotive Racing, they've got 4 long stops remaining. They can do more if they want. That's sure a possibility, but a long stop is 180 seconds. You lose a lot of time with a long stop. So I don't know if you want to do extra long stops just for fun. And this is a car that was running second. They were running second for the first half an hour of the race, or 20 minutes of the race.
Yeah, it doesn't
They're now
look
running
too good.
last. Obviously 2 long stops, but sometimes speed isn't everything, I guess. Gap for the lead, though, at the moment is, at least the last time it showed up on my timing screen, was 51 seconds. We're not 2 hours into this one yet, so pretty surprising to see a gap like that.
That's IRT number 2 car. They are in the lead of the MX5 class. 40 seconds ahead of Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 3. 47 senior team number 2 are still running third, as we have a battle now between an M car and a Pro car. Yep. This is Plona on Gavars. P5 overall.
Yep, and that's so Gavars is the car that pitted.
Yep. So
early.
cold tires.
Hypernova. Well, they pitted. What is it? 4 laps ago. Lap 45 was when they came out the. No, that's the lap where Hypernova spun. So it's been 3 laps. Should be up to temp by now. Interesting. Once again, that we see that Latvian Lightning Locomotives car not running maybe as quick as they would like.
I think Latvian Lightning Locomotives are on 3rd lap from the pit lane, no?
Yep.
So maybe the tires were a little bit colder. They lost out to WorldSimSeries. They lost out a little bit to Hypernova, but they should pick up pace because the driver is still Gavars behind the wheel. He was 2nd fastest in the qualifying session, so he's definitely one of the faster guys here on this grid. And I think he started to pull away slightly from the Hypernova driven by Plona.
Is a very, very, again, that's another car with a strange strategy. What is this? This is that junior locomotives who were up at the front at one point.
I love your
How
reaction.
are they in 16th? Oh, long stop. Okay.
Yep, and we have 2 Friesa oh no, not 2 Friesa. Okay, I missed.
No, it's I think that's a car that just completed the long stop. Could be running from a single simulator.
No, we do actually have 2 Friesa drivers. One is Friesa, who is driving Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2, sharing with Philip, and the other is Friesa, who is driving this junior locomotives car. She's sharing the car with Sabetskis. I thought I saw two Frisa, like two similar names. One is Giole Frisa, the other is Emanuele Frisa. So maybe brothers, both Italians.
Yep, could be related. Running for essentially the same team, just a different car in the same team. So this is our closest battle in the race right now. Battle for 5th, however, not a battle for real position.
Yeah, it's an M car versus Pro car. Yep. I think Gavaras is now getting up to pace. I think it's the full, the heavy car, the cold tires. That's why he was a little bit slower at the beginning of his stint after the pit stop, the second pit stop already for this team. We'll definitely lose count for the pit stops later on into the race. It's still quite early. We can still calculate the pit stops, but now with 10 hours and 15 minutes on the clock, I assume APX will pit at around 2 hours and 10 minutes time. But the other cars, like WorldSimSeries, they will still stay out on the racetrack for quite a long time. They should pit at around 2 hours and 14 minutes. So with 9 hours and 20 minutes to go, that means they still have about 53 minutes of track time, which is already going to be a huge difference if that's going to happen. Maybe the APX will kind of rethink their strategy. Everyone has a chance to rethink their strategy after the first pit stops were completed. It doesn't look that Latvian Lightning locomotives will rethink their strategy because, well, I think they are making these shorter stints due to the tires. They are maybe running lower fuel tank and double stinting the tires. Maybe that's what they think it is a better strategy, which, well, I think it's not, but still a chance to do something.
But for them, they're running a super short stint. I mean, an unbelievably short stint. If they're only running, you know, if they've gone an hour and a half into the race and they've made 2 pit stops, that's a lot. Because yeah, they'll run another hour and a half, make 2 pit stops, but everybody else will have run. Well, those guys that are running an hour and 20 minutes with 1 stop. That's yeah, it's a very, very big difference. Whatever you do with the tires, because you still have to come down pit road, you still have to put fuel in the car, and
yeah,
every time you come down pit road, that already costs you 20 seconds.
Yep.
Still have to refuel. Sure, you might be running with less fuel in the car, but you're losing a lot of time each time you do that. Unless you really believe you can find a lot of pace, but it doesn't look like that's happening here. I'm not saying the pace is bad. I mean, it's nothing impressive. Still running 2/10 slower than what Mendelis is able to do in the WorldSimSeries car. So it's nothing too spectacular. And also there's an issue of how will long stops work. I mean, if you're not putting much fuel in the car, and if you're not putting well, I guess you put then new tires on, but you're not putting that much fuel in the car, you're also kind of wasting time on the long stop. So every pit stop, you're losing time, and a lot of it. So we'll see what happens. Dream to Drive Junior. This is a car that did do a long stop.
Oh, a nice spin. Oh.
And a nice 360 and back out on track. That's a car that did do a long stop for their first stop in the race, and there was a driver change during that as well. From Kniva to Shitskas. But that's another car that only ran an hour for that first stint. So 20 minutes less than what the World Sim Series car was able to do. And what the Hypernova Racing car was able to do as well.
Back to the MX5.
Your racing team, yep, MX5. Still that battle going on for P2 between these two cars, between 47 Senior and Latvian Lightning locomotives. Interesting that that battle has not really disappeared. We saw a lot of battles at the front of the field in GT that have kind of gone away. Here, this one, they've been stuck together. They've completely lost any chance of catching up to their class leader. But they still look to be having fun battling for at least that position in their class. For that final podium spot for P2. But yep, the leader's long gone. So it will depend on who the other drivers are in the car as well. But it doesn't... Well, we saw it in Sebring. We saw cars that had incredible pace for one of their drivers, and then the other got in, and the car just went backwards. Oh, Senior Racing into the pits. So we'll see how long do these... Well, a few MX-5s already coming in, so it could be that it's getting close to a time when the MX-5s do pit.
Yeah, I think it is, yep. And also 47 Senior team doing a long stop. That's going to be a driver's change, while Lightning locomotives had a slower lap. They were 7/10 faster on lap 53, but the gap definitely came down a bit here on this current lap. Maybe traffic? Because they lost out to WorldSimSeries car and they lost out to the Hypernova car. Yep.
Long pit by Bravos. That's the first long pit. Latvian Lightning locomotives.
Wow, again.
Which car is that?
That's
number 2. Okay, number 2 into the pits. Again, another early stop. That's going to be a long stop for them. Close to the 2-hour mark.
It's still too early. It's still 7 minutes till the 2-hour mark will hit.
It's too early to make a stop. It's a good time to do the long stop. I mean, it makes sense that you would do the long stop now, as it's 2 stints into the race. The problem is, your stint is very short. And you're short 7 minutes of even the hour mark, so you're adding up extra pit stops just for yourself. Yeah, I really don't get how this is happening. Can you have a bigger fuel tank?
I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so. Yeah, something that makes us wonder again about what's happening with all these strategies. Not a new thing about it. That's not the first time we get ourselves wondering and not understanding the logics behind this, but it makes the racing a little bit more interesting though, because well, the cars now are shuffled around the order.
So doing their real pit stops. So MX5s, I think that's where they end up on fuel, because we saw the 47 Senior car pit. Now we see Latvian Lightning locomotives come in for the long stop. I think IRT number 2 should be coming in soon. and also doing a long stop. So MX5s are definitely here. Question is, can they try and somehow extend? If you can get over that hour mark, that would be great for your race. But it looks like they're kind of falling away from it just that little bit. So MX5s, understandable. I don't think that car has enough fuel in it. Leader, though, going a little bit longer. So again, race leader going long, but yeah, GT is a whole different beast right now. Looking at Hypernova, sitting in 5th overall. WorldSimSeries has gone into a podium spot now. They've got International Racing Team in P2 ahead of them.
Yep, Hypernova currently leading the GTM class, but they lack that long pit stop in comparison to the Kangaroo Airways, because Kangaroo Airways were actually in front before we took those pit stops. Kangaroos, well, first it seemed they were staying out on the racetrack the longest, but then they came in and some other cars stayed for extra 10 minutes or so. So still the stint time separation between the cars, but I think Hypernova and Kangaroo Airways, they should be quite close when the long pit stops will match, and that should happen when this Hypernova racing car will come into the pits in about 40 minutes? Yep, in about 40 minutes, if they will hold on to the strategy that they are currently on. 1 hour and 20 minutes was the first stint, so it should be pretty similar for the second stint. And at the time that they will do 2 stops, 2 regular stops, there will be teams that will have already 3 regular pit stops under their sleeve in 3 hours' time. That's easy mathematics. And I don't know how one could pick well, the shorter strategy versus the longer strategy. Even with the pace on the racetrack, if you have extra pace from that strategy, still doesn't add up too well in my head for now. But who knows, maybe that's gonna change.
When the only one I do see having enough pace is the race leader, who looks to be getting close to a point where once they make a pit stop, I think the next pit stop is anyway a long stop, but if they make a regular pit stop, they should come out still ahead of WorldSimSeries, who are leading that long strategy classification. Obviously, everybody has to do 6 long stops, minimum. And most likely, whoever wins the race will do 6 long stops, and not any extra long stops. So that is kind of a fact. You cannot save long stops. You can't run longer to save long stops. You can run longer to save regular pit stops. And that is something that I do believe might happen. And should happen. We'll see how many pit stops can you actually save. Question is, will APX try and find some extra... oh, MX5 mowing the grass. Question is APX going to adjust their strategy to run longer? Obviously, they're running... actually, I'd like to see maybe a pace comparison between them and WorldSimSeries. I wonder how much quicker are they running? Not that much. Yeah, it could be that they start extending their stints now. Actually, Mendeles was quicker on the last lap. The traffic makes a difference, but maybe race leader is going to try and extend what he can do in this race so far. Gaps going up and down. Interesting to see. The real gaps are really only on the WorldSimSeries page when we actually cross the line or when it stabilizes a bit more. Stekra racing with a damaged MX5. Still running around. 25th place overall. Latvian junior locomotives complete a long stop. They complete long stop number 2 of this race, actually. And they put Sabetskis in the car. Damage, maybe? Well, they had to make a long stop earlier. Dream to Drive Junior are coming out of the pits. So they've just about gone over the hour mark. Vyshitska staying in the car, although, again, that's too short.
Yeah, I mean, definitely really hard to understand why these stints differ so badly. As you said, we can understand 1 or 2 laps difference, which would become about 10 or 15 laps difference towards the end of the race, but 40 minutes difference, well, 20 minutes difference for one stint. And actually, WorldSimSeries, they were running 8th or something. They climbed up the ladder, well, not visually, but they still were able to climb up the spots at the first stint. Now they look very strong running 3rd. 2nd in the GT Pro class. Also, international racing team. I already lost my... I don't understand. I don't remember when this car pitted. I think they pitted a little bit earlier.
They definitely pitted earlier than WorldSimSeries and Hypernova. That's for sure. So for them, the pit stop should come in about 40 minutes time. A bit less than that now. Yeah. That's a pretty big surprise to see that big of a difference. Let's see what international racing team can come up with here. Running 2nd. 40 seconds back from them is the Latvian Lightning Locomotives car, which, remember, has already completed 2 pit stops. And if they continue the length of their stops, they would be pitting next in about 15 minutes time. So we'll see if that is really the case. But yeah, I'm long pit by Steer. That's in the MX5s. Has the leader in the MX5s, yes, they have completed a long stop and they stopped. They ran about a lap longer than the other car, than the Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 3 car in MX5. So, yep. Just a little bit longer, but... Yep, they ran about a lap longer, so...
So if the APX will hold on to their initial strategy, they should be the next car to go into the pit lane in about 5 minutes time or so. If they'll hold on to that strategy, but maybe they will extend it, having seen what the other cars have done. It's gonna be very interesting to observe.
The question is really how... the question is really, when did they realize that this is what the other cars are going to do? Because if you underfueled at the stop,
Yep.
you can't do anything. You can't extend your stint if you don't have enough fuel in the tank.
Oh yeah, good point.
So
Oof.
when did they realize? We'll see what the answer is. Should know in about 5 minutes time, because that's when they would have to pit if they again run an hour and 5 minutes. But I'm very, very surprised at how still different those strategies are.
Hypernova just lost 5 seconds.
Oh, yep. Traffic, at least a lot of traffic. Yeah, I do see quite a few cars on the track. No, but that's GT cars. Maybe, yep, then should be a mistake. Some maybe just ran off the road. APX though, they're about to put 2 laps on P11.
That's a beautiful car control. This is a huge difference between GT3 and MX5. Wow, it's almost like driving a rocket ship compared to the MX5 class. This is really an interesting classification of the cars for this race. International racing team, yep, so they definitely pitted earlier and continue to do so. But as you said, this is a good point. If they noticed the huge difference in the strategy a bit too late, they are unable to change it, but now they can. So the third pit stop should reveal. Should we mark down somewhere the time? 9 hours and 53 minutes into the race was when the cars pitted, when the international racing team pitted. It's going to be interesting to see when their next pit stop will take place.
They're making a driver change, so they're taking a long stop. That makes sense. It's second stop of the race. That's when you want to do your long stop. So now WorldSimSeries goes up into second position in the race. And depending on when other pit stops come in, that might be the real position they are in. Questions again about APX. What can they do? How long are they planning to run? If they stick with the strategy they had previously, they've got about 2.5 minutes, 1 or 2 laps. Maybe they are able to run longer. I wonder if any of the cars are using the engine maps to save fuel.
Well, they run slower. Well, that might also be an option. That's a good point. I think the map 1 and map 2 do not have too big of a difference in pace. It's not that huge. Map 3, I think it's a huge fuel saver. So, yep, you have the possibility to use different maps for the races, and it definitely matters in an endurance race if you can be faster on a slightly lower fuel thirsty map. You can choose.
Mentalist isn't running slow. He's definitely running quick. 159.3.
Oh yeah, he's basically matching the pace
yep,
of
he's
the leaders.
Matching the race leader, or at least getting very close to him. If he's able to run that much longer on fuel while doing that pace, that's pretty impressive. A little bit wide, but that didn't look to slow down the car too much. Should be all okay. Staying out for now.
Yep, so I think it's already slightly longer than the first stint was, because, well, they pitted about 1 hour and 5 minutes into the race, but we have to rule out that outlap, that warm-up lap, for the first stint. So if the strategy is similar, the second stint should be slightly shorter. It is already matching, so they are extending it. Yeah, it's It's unable to tell. We don't have the data of how many laps they did per stint and so on. So all is guesswork and calculations happen in the head. So definitely mistakes can happen from our minds. At least from my mind. I definitely love to make mistakes. The speculation is that the APX team will be coming into the pits by the end of this lap. If that doesn't happen, that means some slight strategy adjustments for the leaders. Or you know, maybe they had the it was possible for them to figure out that they can have a slightly shorter first stint to start with the lighter car with an MX5 spinning. To start with the lighter car, they started as leaders, and maybe they wanted to pull out a big gap as possible. So maybe they decided to start on a slightly lower fuel tank for the first stint to just be safer for the opening laps, which creates most danger. And then they might go the regular strategy from that point. What you think, is that logical?
No, because you want to start with a full tank always.
You want.
Because you waste so much time, so much more time that you waste while actually putting that fuel back in.
Yeah.
That it never ever makes sense to start with less than a full tank, unless you don't have a pit stop in the race.
I mean, having these different strategies, it's still something that sounds logical to me, you know, because I see they are already staying out. That's already longer than their first stint. So that was what was coming into my head, because we've seen a lot of unlogical strategies here. So just trying to figure out what could come here for. Of course, you always want to start with full fuel and use it to the maximum. That's no big brainer, but we see different strategies
especially because that first stint is the coldest stint of the race. So you're least worried about tire wear. The engine is breathing the best. So really, you know, it's the best condition to actually run as long as possible. And looking at the pace that they had in that first stint, full tank or not, they would have run away from the field. And they had a half a minute gap in an hour, so they would have maybe had 26 seconds if they had. I don't know, maybe they did start on a full tank, but yeah.
Anyways, they are staying out.
What would have made sense here is you'd have to make a calculation all the way to the end of the race. But maybe that stint was shortened, but it was still a full tank at the start of the race and less fuel put into the car there. Now they're going to run to full and take the long stop, and that automatically
was there contact? Was there contact between Dream to Drive and Pretty Ninja Racing? I'm not sure. Oh, it might have been. It might have been because Dream to Drive lost out to Kangaroo Airways.
Doesn't necessarily mean that they had gone.
It doesn't mean we didn't see it. That's speculation. We need action here. That's what's happening.
See, but will probably be the stewards that can actually decide on this. I was trying to look at the replay on the YouTube stream, but that's not super clear. We just missed the car, as it would, in theory, be making contact.
And again, Dream to Drive back in front of Kangaroo Kangaroo Airways team. Nice little battle here happening on the racetrack between a Pro and an M car. I was searching for information if there was a contact and missed what happened here on the track.
APX definitely running longer now, so they're running at least 10 minutes, at least 5 minutes longer than they would have in the first stint. probably had some kind of alternative idea for that first stint.
Yep.
What tires is everybody on? That's also, I guess, an interesting point. Everybody's on the D except the Porsche Dream to Drive on the H.
I'm not sure what the D means actually. Dunlop?
Drive?
Drive? Dunlop? H is for hard, definitely, but maybe Hankook? Hankook and Dunlop. Oh yeah, that's Hankook and Dunlop battle.
Well, that would be a good year, I guess, now instead of a Dunlop, but the Hankook, well, that would make sense why they have to pit so early. Because it definitely is not then fuel limited, that car. Yeah, that's interesting. Does the Porsche have multiple compounds while the others don't? D would be for dry, so. I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, yep. Good catch. Maybe.
But then why does the Porsche have a hard instead of a dry? Do they have compounds while the Ford doesn't?
I don't think so. I wouldn't think so.
I mean, if they're running the hard, then any other compound is kind of useless in the race, because this is the coldest it will be. Obviously, the track will rubber in throughout the race, but still. I think this is the best tire wear you're going to have and the best temperatures you're going to have in them.
Yep, by the way, it's
lowest temperatures.
It's 7:49 in the morning, virtual time, track time, so still early.
It looks like it's midday almost.
It does look like a midday,
right.
yep. So I've just had a glimpse into the clock, and definitely looks also a bit interesting. Or is it stuck? I don't get it. It doesn't move. Oh, it's APX. It's APX behind the Dream to Drive and Kangaroo Airways, actually. So they will lap these cars now if they will not go into the pit lane. They are going into the pit lane.
They've gone into the pits, so...
It's 1 hour and 12 minutes. Something about, let's say, 1 hour and 10 minutes space. And we've seen cars doing 1 hour and 20 minutes space. So still early. So that's going to be about 20 minutes difference now. On strategy for the leaders and the chasers.
That's the only car I'm not too worried about because of how big of a gap they've managed to stretch. Although they have been getting, well, WorldSimSeries has definitely closed down on pace. Long stop for the race leader. That will put the WorldSimSeries into the lead of the race.
You are definitely, well, you definitely are not worrying about APX and slightly shorter fuel strategy, but you know, one small mistake, one disconnection, well, one drive-through penalty or something, then you would start to get worrying about. So still not the best strategy when you have cars staying out on the racetrack for so long. And now we will have the driver change for the APX team, which should give the wheel, hand over the wheel to Farias. Farias was 4/10 slower in the pre-qualifying session, though Farias has a higher driver's rating on the system, so it's going to be really interesting to see how well this driver will perform. Both drivers still being very fast in comparison to anyone else on the racetrack. Gavras and Kudlis were the two drivers faster, and that's it. So Farias was the 4th fastest driver in the pre-qualifying session, so he definitely has pace. And there's not going to be nothing to worry about for the leaders. And what the pace might look when the car is in the hands of another driver, and most of the teams now, with the normal strategy, they will do the long stop, I'm pretty sure, and they will swap out the drivers, and it's gonna be quite a long double stint for the teams actually. Two stints for about 3 hours for the drivers doing those long runs.
Oh, APX still getting that service done. But I'm guessing, yep, they'll switch to something a bit closer in strategy to what the other cars are doing. Watching WorldSimSeries, who is the race leader for now. We expect them to be pitting in about 20 minutes time. APX completes the long stop, and they don't get lapped, which
This was
is
a
important.
fast 3 minutes long stop.
Well, they were so far ahead that.
Yep. I mean, by the sense of it, it looked fast, but it was 3 minutes, no penalty here, so it's all within the regulations. That means it definitely took 3 minutes for the car to stay stationary in the pit lane, disappear for a short amount of time to swap the drivers, and it's back on the racetrack, and it's actually gonna have a nice battle with Team Blue Flag. They are currently 4 seconds behind. They will be a little bit slower for the first opening 3 laps or so. Farias should be behind the wheel of this car now. Yep, it is Farias behind the wheel, so he should adapt to the track conditions, to how the car feels like on this asphalt mixed with concrete on some parts of the track. Get within grips and well, show the real pace. So what, in about 18 minutes we would expect for the next pit stops to come from the teams that stayed out longer. That includes Hypernova, that includes Kangaroo Airways, which actually should be going to the pit lane earlier. They did that first stop 1 hour and 10 minutes into the race, so that's about pit time if they hold to that strategy. Maybe they also extend the second stint as the APX did. And Kangaroos did do that long stop during their first stop. And APX on cold tires, this is a chance for mid-lap crisis. They will try to gain on APX, maybe put them in a small fight if they will be able to catch up, while the tires are still cooler on the APX car, and the car is heavier, of course, after that pit stop.
Oh, if mid-lap crisis will put too much of a fight on, even if they do catch up. They were smart with WorldSimSeries when they passed them. I think they're running a... Let's say they know who they're battling in this race. It's definitely not APX. I'm sure they'd love it to be APX, but that car has completed a long stop and is ahead of them. So, you know, they know that they're there's a lap and a half difference between these two, so they know they're not fighting them. I'm sure they don't want to lose more time trying to fight them for no reason.
Ooh, a little bit over the curb, unsettled the car and sent it spinning. Yeah, this Mustang... well, maybe all the GTM cars don't have a lot of grip for the rear tires, so these small, tiny mistakes send the car spinning. The cars spinning. We've seen that happen in the Sunset chicane, in the Sunset Bend corner, and on the other corners, and this was just a tiny curb clip, unsettled the car. It sent it bouncing and it didn't grip then.
Yep, that's...
Oh, Team Blue Flag. Another car spinning.
Yep, and that was the APX car getting passed, so bit of a scare for the race leader. Well, they're not the race leader now, but they will be once everybody makes their first long stop. 9 hours and 35 minutes to go of this year's 12 Hours of Sebring WorldSimSeries. And And we're actually only about an hour away from the start of another 12 hours of Sebring, but that's in the real world. So I'm sure spectators of our race will also be tuning into that one. A lot of racing today. We've got the Nürburgring Langstrecke series, we've got IMSA, we've got WorldSimSeries as well.
Plenty of racing action for you during this weekend.
Everything on a Saturday as well. Here is that Team Blue Flag car. Where are they in terms of... Too bad we don't know the amount of short stops. No long stops for that car. I wonder what the situation is with... Trying to calculate the gap here. Dream to Drive Junior are 55 seconds behind the lead, as those both cars have already completed one long stop. And Dream to Drive Junior running about 5 seconds ahead of International Racing Team, who are in this battle with Kangaroo Airways.
Kangaroo Airways should be thinking about a pit stop shortly. I think they are extending their second stop now, but that should come in 1 or 2 laps. They did that first stop.
Yes, they are one of the ones running long.
But not that long as WorldSimSeries or a couple of other cars. So
They were. I remember they were pretty close. It was I think a 2-lap difference or so.
between
That
APX,
big, yeah.
no, it was 2 laps difference between APX and Kangaroo, I believe, or maybe not.
No,
We'll figure this out. Okay.
I think they were closer to Dream to Drive. Sorry, to WorldSimSeries.
and
I think they were pretty close.
And the Hypernova. So Hypernova and WorldSimSeries pitted at the same lap. Yep, Kangaroos pitted slightly earlier, so they still have a couple of minutes for them to run here and hold on to that position. They have
noticed on the back of their car it says right and left, but on the wrong side. I'm sure that's a joke and not somebody actually mixing it up. But
this is what they use now in the battle with International Racing Team. They just want them the rivals to get confused.
Kangaroo Airways running in the Mustang. Kangaroos and Mustangs have been known to collide. I don't think there's a risk of that here at Sebring.
I wonder why it's Kangaroo Airways. It sounds like an Australian team, but we have
because there was a Kangaroo and Mustang incident at the Bathurst 12 Hour this year, so I think that's a reference to that.
Oh yeah, exactly. It was a heavy crash, yep. It destroyed the Mustang. The impact was very hard and...
Wasn't great for the Kangaroo either. So,
oh yeah.
I mean, both came out not too well, but I think the Kangaroo was in a bit of a worse situation. So I think that's a nod to that.
Oh yeah, that's good catch, because Pudmenikovs is behind the wheel of that car, and he's the only driver registered for that team. So I wonder if that's a one-man team, or are they running from some sort of a sim racing center or a home and using one simulator, because that's allowed, and that kind of makes us blind to understand when the drivers change and when the pace might change. Oh, Kangaroo Airways making a mistake. This is gonna give a chance for... Wow, another mistake.
Go into the pits. They needed to go into the pits. That's what they were trying to do. And they tried to cut in front, realized they didn't have enough, and had to get on the brakes. Actually, from APX, I remember, and I think the first pit stop that they did, I think they had the indicator on when they were coming into the pits. So maybe that's a good idea to do for Kangaroo Airways. Maybe they can map the indicator. All right, they're sharing... Oh, At least it's one driver, or they're sharing a simulator, so we won't see this car disconnect, but I do believe that should be a long stop.
They did one long
To
stop
make sense.
already. They did one long stop. The first
Oh,
stop
right,
was
they
long
did
stop.
one long. Yep. So then it would make sense to not be a long stop.
Yep, and that actually is on point what you said. They stayed out for a couple of laps shorter because they pitted at 9 hours and 30 minutes. That leaves the other cars like WorldSimSeries and Hypernova to stay on the track for about 10 minutes. They should be able to stay out on the track for roughly 10 minutes, so 5 laps or 4 laps, that would double the difference now. Oh, another Mazda MX5 off the racetrack, trying to get back safely. Outbraked itself into the Sunset Bend hairpin. Mendel is leading the race. Should be already slightly exhausted. Should be thinking about the break that he'll about to face. There should be a driver swap in the WorldSimSeries car. Justinas Holdogos should take over the wheel of this Mustang that is currently in the virtual lead. Our real leaders are actually the APX car. Hypernova will pit around the same lap as the WorldSimSeries car. What about the Latvian Lightning locomotives? They are back into P2 with Gavaras behind the wheel. They are definitely a fast car. Constantly running faster than the WorldSimSeries car. This is a battle for the lead in the GT Pro class. But the Latvian Lightning locomotives, they had already 2 stops, didn't they? Yep, they already completed 2 stops. WorldSimSeries did 1 stop, so they are definitely faster on the racetrack. With 2 pit stops completed, they sit only 15 seconds behind the WorldSimSeries car.
And Latvian Lightning locomotives made their last pit stop an hour ago, so they've started extending their stints. Remember, they were that car that pitted early, very early, for that second stop.
Did they do that stop 1 hour ago? Wasn't this car that did the stop with 10 hours and 5 minutes on the clock? Was this the car we were discussing? No, it was the...
this car made the stop with 10 hours and 30 minutes to go.
Oh, yeah, okay. There was another car. I already forgot which was. Which car that was that came to a hold with 10 hours and 5 minutes. We've had a discussion about it, but... Well, old soul, old memory. No statistics. Gotta go with your brain.
And we definitely forget quite a few of these stats.
Yeah. Well, you have a 30 cars grid.
Incidents and pit stops and everything. You're going that this is battle for 8th national racing team. They are after a long stop.
Well, the Dream to Drive had a spin or something on lap 72. They lost 5 seconds. They are now back on their normal pace. Looking at laps 70, 71 and 73, you have basically identical pace, slightly faster for Dream to Drive, with an exception on lap 72, which definitely something happened for the Porsche.
I doubt it was a spin, maybe just a braking somewhere. They probably take more time, more than 5 seconds for a spin. International racing team as well. They pitted about 26 minutes into their stint, so pitted Dream to Drive pitted earlier, but pretty similar. So shouldn't be much of a difference in terms of tires, the fuel. Drive might just be a tiny bit lighter, about 5 minutes or so, 10 in fuel. Not a big difference. WorldSimSeries still staying out on track, so this is looking good for them and Hypernova to make that hour and 20 mark in the stint. They stay out for at least one more lap. I see a car spun round at sunset. Car is 17th as it gets going right now. Still looking at the battle for P8 on board with the International Racing Team car, which is getting closer and almost ran into the back of the Dream to Drive Junior car, but survived. I don't think they were the ones who almost... Oh, Hypernova into the pits. So that's the first one of those long... well, they take the pit stop earlier than WorldSimSeries do. I'm going to guess WorldSimSeries in this lap.
Yep, they did that. They did have that slightly longer first stint due to the opening lap, and that's most likely an in-lap for WorldSimSeries car.
But they now, because they stopped on the same lap as Hypernova for the first stop, so they've actually managed to go a lap longer, which is good. That just helps you in the final pit stop to put a tiny bit less fuel in. So you can be happy about that. Obviously, that's a lap. Compared with the other cars, some of them it's 10 laps or 15 a stint. So still watching that WorldSimSeries car, which we expect into the pits. Do that.
And
nope.
The expectations were not met. Yet again, another car being able to stay out.
Yep. Yeah. Interesting. Very, very interesting. They were able to run this long. They've got a 20-second gap on second place. That's the Latvian Lightning Locomotives car, which is coming close to its pit stop as well. If it's running to the max of what this car can do, it should be stopping in about 10 minutes. So they've kind of equalized on strategy. Problem is Latvian Lightning Locomotives made 2 pit stops to do that. And I think it's also a learning experience was Daytona for Mendeles. If you remember, there they were absolutely outclassed on fuel consumption by Sean Clark Racing. And I think they've taken that lesson and probably brought it here to Sebring. Because here, they're the class of the field in terms of fuel consumption. Hypernova complete their long stop.
Yep, and they are not disconnecting from the pits, from the server, because this is a one-driver's team also. So they always stay in the pit lane.
I thought they were going to try and make a move there to the inside. Getting past some MX5 traffic. Dream to Drive into the pits. Sorry, WorldSimSeries. Yep. WorldSimSeries into the pits.
And Team Blue Flag. So that should be a driver's change for the WorldSimSeries.
Yep, Mendeles. Oh, wow, Latvian Lightning Locomotives almost smacked the wall. Oh, and they go into the pits as well. So they wanted to get onto the same strategy as WorldSimSeries. They should be going for a long stop as well.
Yep.
But they wasted one pit stop. So 20 seconds back from WorldSimSeries. Obviously, considering the pace they had before, wouldn't be surprised if they can catch up. And obviously, different drivers getting into the cars, that's often a thing that can really change how the race is going.
Yep, Latvian making that long stop also.
Are they?
Maybe not.
Because they just went in front of
Oh yeah,
WorldSimSeries.
so they, yep, so maybe not a long stop.
But they're still in the pits.
PTTs have made a long stop. Latvians definitely did not make that long stop. And Latvians still didn't do one long stop compared to the others, so they stay in the lead now. Because their third stop was still not a long stop. Definitely an interesting strategy here.
Be running from the same rig. At least a couple of drivers could be on the same rig. That's a possibility. But yep, an interesting choice to still delay that long stop. Considering that there's not going to be a safety car in this race, you're not really looking to keep that track position. So yeah, an interesting choice, but could be part of that strategy. They wanted to equal out as well to WorldSimSeries on the general pit stop timing. WorldSimSeries still in the pit lane waiting. They're going to lose 2 spots to Dream to Drive an international racing team. And I can see them moving on the map. Long pit completed. So they're out in 5th position. Run for 2 hours and 40 minutes with a single driver in the car. So Lucas now behind the wheel. Let's see what he can find in terms of pace. So the highest running non-Mustang is 4th for Dream to Drive Junior. Then we've got a Ferrari with Team Blue Flag in 8th and 10th for Team 47 Racing. That was the car that had spun round on lap 1. They've had a decent enough recovery to be a little bit wide there from WorldSimSeries. Those cold tires need to get back up to temperature. Past the MX5s, we haven't looked at them for a while. What's happening in that? It's still IRT number 2 in the lead of the class, with 47 senior racing teams sitting in 2nd, 3rd for Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 3. Don't however see the gap. Just crossed the line, so 47 senior racing team 40 seconds back from the lead in that class. And Latvian Lightning Locomotives 15 back from 47 senior racing team. And actually RT number 2 leads in MX5 might soon overtake IRT number 3, which is 4th in MX5. driver for cutting for... that is Unstableable Racing Team. I said they've missed a corner somewhere. Did that a couple of times. You have to do it a couple of times to earn yourself that kind of a penalty. Into the pits goes Bravos Motorsport in MX5.
Yep, so a couple of battles on the racetrack now for position. Latvian Lightning locomotives, they just went back onto the racetrack after the pit stop. APX are chasing them down. With a one pit stop difference already in the strategy. APX on 2 stops, locomotives on 3. Yeah, right. Yep, and Lightning locomotives, they didn't have that long stop. APX had one long stop. This is Team Blue Flag trying to chase down middle up crisis, but having some difficulties into turn 1. Losing the traction slightly on the Ferrari. Settled the car just a tiny bit. And APX on cold tires, still losing out a little bit, but that's usual situation. 1.6 seconds lost now on the first flying lap for the APX car, but it's definitely just momentarily as they chase down the Hypernova car, I believe. Yep, it is the Hypernova car in front of the APX. Now let's see how the blue flag's system will work. When you see a blue flag, you have 4 corners to let that chasing car through safely, unless you are able to pull away and not get that blue flag indications. Well, that's what the rules stated for this event. You have 4 corners. So let's start with this battle. You never want to let through a car which is 1 lap up, but slightly slower than you, at least on this lap, or on the previous lap. And actually that's not Aruda behind the wheel, that's Farias. The fastest lap time so far is 2 minutes, 0.1, because, well, yeah, of course, they didn't complete too many laps. Which lap is it actually? I'm speaking and then thinking that I'm already mixing things up. Lightning locomotives actually went out from the pit lane. APX were into the pits 10 minutes or so ago. So looks like Farias is struggling on pace here. Finally, the swap happens and takes place before the Sunset Bend corner. But the pace of Farias currently, it's okay. Yep, we've got those warmer conditions now, I believe. So maybe the pace will naturally come down a bit than what we had in the opening hours. We will not have cars running so fast. It was 2 minutes, 0.7. Let's compare it to the pace of locomotives, maybe? Comparison again. So, yep, locomotives were faster again.
Interesting that they can run quicker. Obviously, there's a big difference between these 2 cars, and that big difference is the amount of long stops they've done.
Yep, so yep, definitely APX is still safely in the lead, even though they are currently second on the racetrack. That's not the actual case. But still, well, the pace difference throws something interesting at us. I think Farias will gather it up. He was slightly slower on the previous lap due to traffic. He had to overtake the Hypernova car, which look how much further behind is left now behind the APX. So maybe he'll open up the pace slightly from this moment on. They don't have to overtake Latvian Lightning locomotives on the racetrack. They are ahead. This is gonna still be a battle for position if the cars meet on the racetrack. They have to battle it out. They are on the same lap. No one thinks about the strategy at this point of racing, so you have to make those moves. There is the Latvian Lightning locomotive's Mustang disappearing into the distance, and it's gonna be an interesting comparison again between these two drivers. Let's compare the sector times. Latvian Lightning locomotives were faster throughout the previous lap. What about this lap? So, yep, Lightning locomotives just crossed the line, and APX did that now. I think they are starting to pick up the pace. Still the overall lap. Oh no, yep, the overall lap was already faster of the APX car.
So could be also again that different strategy depending on how they run with the fuel.
And maybe the engine map. Maybe the engine map also plays a part here.
Yeah, it's difficult though. I don't know if you can save that much fuel with an engine map. Yeah, it really depends on the pace, how much fuel you actually have in the car. If they're gonna run again a 45 and 45 minute stint, then that would be not optimal for their strategy, but they did run a long one last time out. Let's see how this race develops. Still a very long way to go, 9 hours and 8 minutes.
Oh yeah, this is just 1/3 about to get completed of the race. And well, the closer battle should actually not be between APX and Latvian Lightning locomotives. And APX seem to lose out quite a lot now. It's up to 6 seconds. So we should take a look at the APX and WorldSimSeries. It's a little bit too early to have a look on. Still though, WorldSimSeries is also slightly faster with every lap. Yep, definitely the APX car lost a little bit of time here on lap 83. So maybe a mistake. I was looking at the stats, not the car itself on the racetrack. I didn't notice a big or some sort of a mistake. Maybe they did that. But with the different drivers now behind the wheels of the APX and the WorldSimSeries car, it looks like the WorldSimSeries has a small advantage. They have a small advantage in the strategy, and it was what, about 50 seconds or even bigger gap before the pit stops. It's APX and WorldSimSeries. I mean, they were first and second, so.
That. More APX made their pit stop.
Zama Motorsports another drive-through for cutting, so it's already the second penalty from system for the Zama team.
Before APX pitted, so it was APX in first, WorldSimSeries in second, was about 70 seconds.
Oh yeah, so that's a huge gap to eliminate, having only a couple of tenths advantage per lap. It's still an advantage. Oh, that's a Redshift Locomotives car. Oh man, what happened to them? They are down in 16th. They were running second at one point. They've done 2 long stops. That's Tomala behind the wheel, but this race is looking like huge difficult situation for them. Now Hypernova all over the back. That's going to be a blue flag situation, and Hypernova will not be very happy about it. Well, I'm not sure if the red shifts are in a good position here. They have the blue flags. Hypernova definitely showed interest in the position. They went into the inside. That's not what red shifts wanted to see happen, and they stayed in front. Now 4 corners in total with a blue flag. Cannot hold for too long. Well, of course, red shifts, they had a spin. I'm not sure what the pure pace is about here. Let's have a comparison. Well, red shifts are faster, so if you are able to pull away from the car chasing you, which is, well, at least 1 lap ahead, if you're able to pull away, you can ignore the blue flag rule. But as soon as you see the blue flag again, you'll have to make that move to move over, and the traffic is not helping. Let's see how this interesting situation will end, because Hypernova find themselves even closer now to the end of the Mustang of red shifts. Let's sit on the laps of the driver of the Hypernova racing car. RT number 3. Yep. These are the leaders of the MX. Are they? No, they are not the leaders.
No,
sorry, they are fourth.
The car in 4th. Yep. Their teammates are the leaders.
This is an interesting situation. I wonder what the stewards will consider here. Well, definitely the red shifts are faster. Yep, you can see that they are pulling away. They're making small mistakes. So maybe everything within the rules. The rules are definitely interesting. They give you 4 corners to comply with the blue flag situation. But if you're a bit faster, but the 4 corners is not enough, well, you can see that you are pulling away, but maybe not fast enough to pull it away in 4 corners. How the stewards will react for you not letting that car behind through.
Here, really, there's nobody not letting somebody through here. The gap is still big between these 2 cars.
It is extending, actually. Well, sometimes it's getting a little bit closer. It's sometimes it's just extending. They were close, though. Hypernova was almost had that move done 1 lap ago or 2 laps ago, and they are still pretty close. It's definitely, well, I don't know. When there's nothing happening on the racetrack, something is happening, and some sort of discussion.
Sideways from that car in front, and now I think he'll have to cede that position, but it was running far enough in front that, sure, it's causing, aero wash and things like that, but as the faster car, you still need to overtake. It's your job to overtake. So as we reach the 9-hour to go mark, 3 hours almost completed in this race, we can go over what is happening here at Sebring. What results do we have? So right now, Latvian Lightning locomotives lead the race ahead of APX. Asterisk, big asterisk, because APX have completed a long stop. Latvian Lightning locomotives are actually the only car on the whole track that haven't completed a long stop. Then comes Dream to Drive Junior, an international racing team, WorldSimSeries. Latvian Lightning locomotives number 2 in 6th. Then it's Hypernova Racing who lead GTM, but Kangaroo Airways have done 2 long stops. But they sit in 12th. 8th for Midlap Crisis, then it's Team 47, Team Blue Flag, PDTS, Kangaroo Racing, SGS, Old Boys Sim Racing, T-Jet Bandits, then it's Redshift Locomotive Racing, also 2 long stops, and Latvian junior locomotives also 2 long stops. In the MX5s, it's IRT number 2 leading the way ahead of 47 senior racing team number 2, Latvian Lightning locomotives number 2, Bravos Motorsport International Racing Team number 2, Pretty Ninja Racing, Unstableable Racing Team Steer, Stecker Racing, Blank, Zama Motorsport 47 Junior Racing Team number 3, and Mercedes in last position. So those are your results as we reach the 3-hour mark completed. Dream to Drive Junior comes into the pits, and that's going to be a long stop for them. But we'll be taking a break, and we'll be back with you in about an hour's time to continue the coverage of this year's 12 hours of Sebring here on WorldSimSeries. Welcome back to the WorldSimSeries 12 Hours of Sebring. It's the international racing team at the front of the field. 7 hours and 57 minutes still to run. Team APX have done a second long stop. They're running just under 20 seconds behind the leader of the race, so they would jump in front of them, and 17 behind the WorldSimSeries car, which has done one of their long stops. We don't have any cars remaining that have done zero. International Racing Team have completed their long stop. They've been running in the lead for a bit. Right now, doing a long stop is Latvian Lightning Locomotives in the GT Pro Am class. And we can run through the order of the classes, the top threes in each of the categories. GT Pro, and that's led by the overall race leader with International Racing Team. Behind them is the WorldSimSeries car. And third place in class, fourth overall, is the Latvian Lightning Locomotives. GT Pro Am, that's led by APX, obviously, ahead of the Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2 and Team Blue Flag in P3. GT Am, that's led by Hypernova Racing, ahead of Kangaroo Airways, who have done 3 long stops compared to 2 by Hypernova. And T-Jet Bandits sit in third in class. MX5s, that's led by International Racing Team number 2, as they've done for pretty much all of this race. ahead of 47 Senior Racing Team and Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 3. International Racing Team number 3 in 4th. Those are your standings in each of the classes as we look at the race leader, who's only 1.4 ahead of the World Sim Series car that's driven by Justinas Soldukas. He's 84 minutes into his stint in that car. Should be coming down pit road soon, I would think.
World Sim Series car?
Yes.
Most likely. Well, it's usually what happens when we miss 1 hour of racing. We come back and the whole order is shuffled over. Still looking at the results, APX seem to be the clearest leaders here. They are only 16 seconds behind WorldSimSeries and IRT teams, though they have those 2 long stops already completed in comparison to the current leaders. So still one thing remains sure, the APX car is currently on the way to the win. It has the best position to win this race. They continue to dominate the field, though the question for me is the pit stop times between IRT and WorldSimSeries. WorldSimSeries was the car that stayed on the track for the longest with their pit stops. International had a little bit shorter stints here, so I'm not sure if WorldSimSeries is the car to pit here first. I'd say IRT should be heading into the pit lane before WorldSimSeries does that, but it's all a guesswork, and maybe you know that better. We will figure this out. As a Dream to Drive Junior team, they are back into the pits. They are currently 5th with also 2 long stops already under their sleeve. So they are looking pretty good in this order at this stage of the race with 7 hours and 50 minutes on the clock. It's getting an interesting battle, and yeah, again, we are looking at the overall top 10 results while announcing the places, but the real battles are within the classes. APX are a GT Pro M car, and they are way ahead of the second placed Pro M car, which is the Team Blue Flag number 9, which had issues. Now is recovering nicely. They are up to second in the class, up to 8th overall, as GS are 6 seconds behind Team Blue Flag at this current moment in that on-track battle, trying to chase down their rivals for the final podium place. And then the battle for the GT Pro. Yep, looks like it's between IRT and WorldSimSeries. What about the Latvian Lightning Locomotives? They're also there, actually, within the striking distance, on the same lap. As the battle is building up for the lead, actually, it's going to be a virtual lead. Track position change might come here until we will see the next pit stops. Nice to have a battle for the overall lead during the third part of the race. Riding on board with Gustas Malakauskas. Let's compare the fastest lap times of the current drivers. So Gustas Malakauskas, he did a 1:59.4 within his stint. Soldukas did a 1:59.7. Currently Soldukas looks to be slightly faster than Gustas Malakauskas, both driving the Mustangs. Looking at the 4 laps archive, Justinas definitely doing a nice job shaving off those tenths from the lead of Gustas. But it's not going to be an easy battle. As soon as you get yourself very close to your rival in these GT3 cars, you get that air turbulence effect, where you lose a little bit of front-end grip. You have to be very precise with your inputs into the corners, though we still have a very nice long straight here on this Sebring circuit. You just have to nail the Le Mans chicane, try to be as close as possible, then use the slipstream and try to make a move into that very bumpy final corner. But it's possible, so I'm pretty sure Justinas on a mission now.
Yep, he'll try to get past. Still a long, long way to go, so I'm not... I don't think the international racing team will put up too much of a fight. At least I don't think it would make too much sense here. They lead the race so far. Equal on the amount of long stops each of them has done. As they're coming through a bit of traffic, some MX5s, and they'll have GT3 traffic in front of them as well. That's the Ferrari of Team Blue Flag, which they will catch up to soon, but definitely Soldukas looking much, much better behind, and should try to go and make that move. Maybe into the hairpin here might be an opportunity. As they run down into that braking zone. Lost a bit of time down the straightaway. Was expecting him to actually get closer, maybe have the perfect exit. Has a good exit out of here. Can make that move into the right-hander. Again, that GT3 traffic coming up.
Yeah, that's Team Blue Flag right in front. These two battling GT3 cars for the lead. Wonder what's in mind now for the driver Hansford. He definitely sees the two cars in the mirror battling each other, well, at least trying to battle it out. He is racing his own race, doesn't want to sacrifice too much time. Oh, Latvian Junior Locomotives receiving a drive-through penalty in the meantime. And this is the view from the back end of the Team Blue Flag's Ferrari car. I wonder if Hansford is currently looking at what's in front or just enjoying the view from behind. Giving a little bit of a slipstream for Gustas Malakauskas in this long back straight. That helps Gustas to gain a little bit extra speed in comparison to Justin Soldukas. Oh!
Inner from Team Blue Flag and gets out of the way of those two front-running cars, and I think this is advantage for the WorldSimSeries car. International Racing Team looked a little bit wide. Lucky to not get collected in that.
Yep, that's close. I think what he was doing is looking too much into the rear view mirror and then not braking himself a little bit. And things happen in that sunset bend. The bumpy track lets the back end step out for you too quickly if you are a little bit too fast into that corner. That was close to the left, right, to the left rear corner, left rear side of the bumper, I was willing to say. Justinas managed to avoid it, but lost a little bit of time here. He definitely had to take a voice of action that cost some exit speed. He's still there, he's still close. Let's compare the pace of these drivers to the third-placed APX car. I think he was losing a little bit of time, well, definitely a little bit of time lost on laps 119 and 120. And not too fast on the previous lap, so these drivers battling each other, still having a very pleasant pace. Teammates of the IRT and WorldSimSeries team should be really happy about the performance of their current drivers. Still, it looks close on the racetrack. It's definitely a huge gap in that battle for the win. APX are sitting tightly third. They are not concerned about the pace of their car. At this moment, Soldukas almost hitting the tiny MX5 in the Le Mans chicanes. He was blind for a couple of moments since he had that big Mustang right in front of him. I'm pretty sure you become completely unaware that a small MX5 car can be in front of that car that you're chasing down. Managed to avoid that and didn't lose too much time also, so nice driving by both of the drivers. Oh, again MX5 getting in the way, so...
And this was actually advantage WorldSimSeries. It looked like maybe they were going to go side by side while splitting the traffic. You can make a move down into turn one if you're really brave. Not brave enough, maybe too early in the race to try something like that. Could be done here into the left. If, again, you need a bit of confidence to get that move done. Goes to the inside of that MX5, which lets both of those cars through. And that battle continues on. But again, he caught up to the back of the International Racing Team car. Now, really struggling to make a move. Obviously, cars braking late, but really have to try something. I mean, getting held up here, that's for sure. Bringing the APX car closer.
But not too close. It's still 18 seconds, so definitely gaining a bit of time. Now it's down under 18 seconds, but it's not disappearing. The gap is still kind of growing slightly. Of course, look, APX is also in traffic.
Yep, but it was 19. Even if it goes down by a second, that's race time you lose, and can make a difference once we get to the end of this race. So Lucas really needs to find a way through quickly here. He lost time in that traffic. Can he find something here? It's easier to be the first car approaching traffic a lot of the time. Especially when you're the leader of the race, you kind of have priority there. Sometimes even the MX-5s might not see the second GT car coming. So that's something to consider as well. But definitely dropped time on this lap. They'll have a bit of traffic here. One MX-5. And now the question is, will Soldukas try that outside line? You can make a move there, but gets held up once again. Didn't commit early enough to that outside line. So,
yep, sliding around a bit. I think the tires get hot when you run offline, and well, then you have a little bit more twitchier car in the coming corners. Justinas managed to hold on to that slide quite nicely. Still lost a little bit of time, but it looks like at this stage Justinas is a bit faster than Gustas Malakauskas.
Closing back in, they have GT traffic only in front of them. And the next gaggle of MX-5s, there is a lone MX-5 just a bit further up the road, and a few more cars later on. So relatively clean compared to the rest of the circuit. If you look at the track map, way more busy right now down at turns 3, 7. There's another gaggle. So more action on the other part of the track. But again, catching up to same class traffic. This is definitely the more difficult traffic. You lose less time in one corner, but you can often lose a lot more time, as that Porsche is nice enough to let them both go. But you can lose so much time. Oh, very, very wide from the International Racing Team car. They missed the entry into Sunset, and now they lose time again. So Lucas needs to use this momentum he has to try and make a move. He's quick through turn 1, quick through turn 3 as well. Has a good exit, but not good enough. Actually, the International Racing Team car had a better exit, even though it came out on a tighter line, sideways through 3. And wide here, and that's again a lost opportunity to overtake. So he's quick enough to catch up, struggling to make a move. That's been the story of the last few laps.
You have still good car control from Justinas Soldukas. With all those slides, he still manages to catch up. He needs to learn something. I think the dirty air plays a part in the slides that Justinas is experiencing. He should come in a little...
Normally it's more the front end that you will struggle with. You'll not have the car turn as you want. So it's a little bit unexpected to have so much rear grip missing to avoid that MX5. Again, those MX5s, they're going offline thinking they help. They actually sometimes make a way more dangerous situation than if they would just stay online. Caught up to...
That's Kangaroos, the right-left miscommunication on the rear bumper.
Got held up a little bit, but that's the way it goes. And again, loses time. Has to figure out something here. So Lucas has been in the car for 100 minutes. That's an hour and 40 minutes. We thought he'd have to pit, but I guess he's pitted earlier. So they've deviated from the great strategy that they had before. They've definitely pitted earlier than what they were doing previously.
Did they? Are you sure?
Let me check. When was that last pit stop for that car?
As we have another battle. Oh, actually, it already ended. As I've seen, as I've looked into the intervals between SGS and Team Blue Flag. And actually, SGS just made a move on Team Blue Flag. Both cars are Pro-M cars, and I think this was the battle for P2 in the Pro-M class, which sadly ended already. No, it did not end. That's Team Blue Flag trying to get back into P2. That's P8 overall. They managed to do that even before that hairpin. Wonder why SGS didn't have that good runoff of the chicane. And
so they did pit earlier than I guess would be the perfect time with how long they were running. They still ran about an hour and 10 or so into their stint. Maybe an hour 13 or something, but a little bit less than the other stints, but still a good long stint for the WorldSimSeries car. Just checking when International Racing Team made their last pit stop. They made it earlier than WorldSimSeries, that's for sure. To find it, so they made it with 8.5 hours to go, 8:33 to be exact. So pit stop coming soon, and WorldSimSeries made their stop half an hour later. Is this into the pits for Nope, there's the mistake for SGS. So expect to see the International Racing Team car down into pit lane in about 20 minutes time max. As SGS negotiates some traffic. Now, APX, they are actually losing time. So Farias not putting up the pace that his teammate Aruda has been able to do. But crucially, it's not bad. He's not terribly slow or losing too much time. He's losing time, but considering the job that his teammate did in his time in the car, this isn't looking too bad.
Yeah, it's definitely more than enough. Oh, what happened with IRT? IRT are off the racetrack. WorldSimSeries into the lead, and again a spin. You have hot tires. You have to have a cool head. Watch out on the back end to getting back on the racetrack. Oh man, one mistake led into another, and that's gonna be very close now that should be close between IRT and APX. 7 seconds to be exact, 5 actually still getting down. And those tires, they should be hot now. Malakauskas will have to be very careful into the corners, let those tires cool down a bit. These two spins, the second spin was definitely, whoa, and then there's a Mazda in the background. Did you see that?
Spinning. Everybody keeps spinning.
And it hit the Lightning Locomotives car. Which car is that? That's the number 2, I believe. Oh, those long names. You have to wait out till you will be able to read the full name. Number 3, no, that is Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2. They were hit by that spinning Mazda, but managed to continue. It was a small hit and definitely not on purpose. They just lost control while they exited a little bit too wide, clipped the grass, and that sent the MX5 into a spin. MX5, oh, another MX5 on the racetrack. Oh my word, that's Blank Team. Similar livery. Are they all on same page to do things?
Maybe there's some oil on the track, it's getting wet or something. Well, for the international racing team car, obviously they were off track somewhere, so maybe some grass on the tires. That's what went bad, but for...
Oh. And Latvian, yep, this is the car that was hit by the MX5, so maybe they hit the MX5, that's why it spun. I don't know, I'm just trying to understand where the penalty comes from, because from what I saw that the MX5 just hit the Latvian GTM car. Yeah, but they received the drive through penalty.
I'm guessing that has to be something that happened earlier. I don't think the stewards reacted that quickly. 2 warnings.
I think that's 2 warnings. Maybe that was the 3rd warning.
No, 2 warnings is the penalty. So that's what it says on the timing.
So maybe it's 2 warnings to receive a... Yep,
yeah,
it is 2 warnings.
Definitely 2 warnings to receive a penalty. I don't think that was the warning for that contact that just happened. Although... 4:28 into the race, and they immediately got a warning, so...
Oh man, slippery on the racetrack.
Oh, another spinner.
Oh, be careful. Almost taking out APX.
Yep, and then waited even longer maybe than they needed to. But just about safely through.
It's a huge pace difference between Lightning Locomotives and Team Blue Flag every lap. It's about 3 seconds. It was 5 seconds on lap 123. Where did the pace go for Team Blue Flag? SGS even slower. They're being lapped by the Dream to Drive car. And APX just had an issue. No, yep, they did have an issue. They are now 20 seconds behind IRT. Everybody started spinning. It reminds me of a situation where we had that grip bug. You remember when the grip levels went from 100 to like 60 or something, and everyone went off the racetrack. So hopefully it's not...
Lap times look fine for everybody else. So
yeah, so that's definitely not the case. Though sometimes I miss of that bug. Sometimes I secretly wish that it would come back.
Yeah, it was fun to see. Would be nice to maybe have it happen randomly sometime.
They should program it into the system. Yep, it's gonna be interesting now to compare the pace of APX and Latvian Lightning locomotives. Farias versus Kudlis. So it looks like Kudlis is doing a slightly better job throughout the 4-lap stint. This one should be even higher, because I think that it was the previous lap that, the APX did a mistake and they lost about 15 seconds there. It was a big issue for APX, and that's not good. Well, still, they are slightly slower, right? during this pace. They are still behind WorldSimSeries and International Racing Team, but they are still quite a long way ahead with that one long extra pit stop, which takes 3 minutes time. So I think APX will be the first car out of the 3 leaders to go into the pit lane. Still wouldn't explain that huge gap that they currently have, seeing how much they struggle at this moment. So the situation on the racetrack seems to be changing quite a lot.
An interesting thing that has been happening. So many cars spinning. Let's calm down again. EPX, the driver in the car, is already been in for 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh wow, so triple stinting.
No.
Oh no.
Because you can run very long on fuel here. So
yeah, sure. So he's about to pit actually, like in 10 minutes or so.
no. Well, depending on how good they are with fuel now, if they followed the WorldSimSeries strategy, that would mean about 25 minutes, at least 20 until the stop and the driver change. And interestingly, it was Farias who actually completed 2 long stops. So he did 1 long stop properly, as in did a driver change, and then the next one he stayed in the car. So did 2 long stops. And I think if you're doing a long stop, you're going with a completely full tank.
Now, Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2, they are currently, they seem to be stuck behind APX. Yep, they are trying to go for a move here. After that penalty, they came back onto the racetrack right behind the APX car. They are trying to catch up with Team Blue Flag and SGS. They managed to overtake them earlier. They will try to do that again, but let's compare the pace now. The last lap was with the drive-through penalty, so lap 128 and lap 127 are slightly slower due to the entry and the exit of the pit lane. Oh no, it was the spin. Okay, we'll have to figure this out. But by the pure pace on lap 125 and 126, number 2 of the Latvian Locomotives car is about 1.5 seconds per lap faster. So somehow the APX car doesn't seem to have that pace in it at this stage of the race, which, well, maybe giving hopes for a later race battle for the win. Our current virtual leaders are running a little bit slower on the racetrack at this time. And their teammates, Latvian Lightning Locomotives, with Kudlis behind the wheel, are actually also gaining slightly on APX. APX is struggling in the Sunset Bend, sliding around a little bit over those bumps and crossing the line. Well, 2 seconds faster on pure pace. What about their teammates? They are slightly slower than the number 2 car at this stage, but they are still slightly faster than the APX car. Maybe not fast enough, even if they will have the chance to gain on their rivals. It's gonna be a huge mission to make that move stick, and that's not gonna be for position, because APX is actually a Pro-Am car.
Oh, yep, right. APX is a Pro-Am car, so they are doing really well as a Pro-Am car. They lead by a lap, because the next Pro-Am car is the Team Blue Flag car. It is almost 2 laps down, and a long pit less. So Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2 is actually that next car which has completed 2 long stops, so they're effectively second in that class.
What's happening with the APX car now? TJ Bandits are looking slightly stronger. They are at least 1 lap down, or even more, and making this mistake that's not going to help them. But they seem to be slightly faster. Now, interesting thing: as soon as a car follows another GT car, it doesn't lose the front end grip. It looks to lose the rear end grip. That's what happened to TJ Bandits.
And oh no, they've run wide again.
But they
I
were.
think for APX, there's I think the mistake that they had, or I'm going to assume it was a spin or something close to that, probably overheated the tires, and with the track temperature up, it's going to be more difficult to get those tires back to the correct operating window. It's 10 o'clock here in the virtual Sebring, so temps coming up, still very far away from the highest temperatures that we'll have today. Those should be at about 2 to 3 p.m. That's when the cars will really struggle for grip. The category leaders, it's still on IRT number 2 leading in the MX5s, and a solid lead as well. And it's the WorldSimSeries team. Where has WorldSimSeries gone?
It's only the list of MX5. So they are making a pit stop, okay?
No, I don't know.
No.
If no, because I just didn't see them on the.
Yeah.
So,
it's the standings of the MX5s and the 47 senior racing team. They managed to get back into P2, overtaking Latvian locomotives. Still, the gap is quite tiny between these two cars, and they were having much fun throughout all of the 4.5 hours that have already passed. And they're still close together, though they have swapped places. And this just indicates that you can have a lot of fun while racing, even when you are in a battle with one car. Back to the GM class and the lead battles, not battles for position, battles for the overall places. Latvian Lightning locomotives, they had the TG Bandits overtaken, didn't they? They are still, they are behind again. They definitely made a move on the straight coming out of the Sunset Bend corner when this TG Bandits car had a spin, and they are making that move again. So that indicates that plenty of drivers are doing mistakes here and there. Ones are doing bigger, the others smaller mistakes, but it looks like these cars are quite difficult to handle and keep on the racetrack without sliding or spinning.
So we should be coming up to stop for IRT soon-ish. Should be about less than 10 minutes, I think. Yeah, about 10 minutes, and then another half hour until Justinas Saldukas would make his second stop and most likely hand over the car to Mendeles. Dream to Drive Junior, they've made 2 long stops.
I think Justinas just made a mistake.
Oh, yep, lost last lap was 2:13.
Oh, yeah.
So drivers in that final sector, something happened. Yeah, drivers starting to make mistakes. Losing a lot of time.
So it seems, well, the tires wear out and they are becoming hard to handle. I wonder if they are double stinting them, and that's happening towards the end of the second stint. Though it's still not the end of the second stint for Justinas. But it's getting closer. Well, yeah, still has plenty of time of seat time.
I mean, I'd be pretty surprised if they're double stinting when running such long stints.
Yeah, that's a good point. Almost 3 hours of tire-age that would require, yep. Which is not sounding very realistic.
I don't think that's possible. I think it's more likely that it's an hour and 20 minutes on that single tire.
Yep, Justinas had that spin into the Sunset Bend corner but managed to avoid contact, so he continues. Sorry to interrupt your thought here with the latest information. This is Latvian Lightning Locomotives, number 2 on Team Blue Flag. Into the Sunset Bend.
It is for P2 in GT Pro Am. However, Latvian Lightning Locomotives do have 2 long stops completed compared to only 1 from Team Blue Flag. So even though it was an overtake on track, it didn't really matter that much. And looking at the track map, race leader a little bit further down the road, still ahead of the international racing team car. Crucially, lost a bit of time last lap, but that's fine.
Ooh.
They still keep the lead.
Yeah, but it looks like Justinas maybe lost a little bit of confidence with that spin that he had on lap 134, but maybe it's just how it is. They still keep losing time to IRT, so it reversed. At first, Justinas was definitely faster than Gustas Malakauskas. It seems to be different now. There's going to be a lot of time loss here in this situation. And again, Justinas has to take avoidance action of the tiny little Mazda MX5 Cup car in the Le Mans chicane. Is it Le Mans? I don't know. Yep, it is Le Mans corners, maybe not a Le Mans chicane. And yep, definitely lost quite a lot of time. We'll see. We'll soon get the confirmation, but the gap went down even further from 7.5 seconds to 5.5 seconds. And the pressure might be on again. This time back on the shoulders of Justinas. Yes. Gustas, did he had a spin? Yep, Gustas also had a moment.
Definitely not a spin. It's only 3 seconds, so
a moment.
Probably ran wide somewhere.
Yeah, that's what this race is about. Try to be consistent and make less mistakes, because everyone makes mistakes. By the looks of it, unavoidable slides, maybe some spins. So I think you have high percentage of a chance, not only for you, but for your rival to make a mistake.
Very interesting how many mistakes drivers are able to make and still stay in a similar position. Unbelievable amount of mistakes, really. How many times they've spun, gone wide. think for a lot of the cars, if you removed all the mistakes, they'd be a further minute up the road. World Series that had that drive-through in the first, I think, even half hour of the race when they got that penalty.
Oh, Team Blue Flag standing on the track
now. Again, teams making mistakes. And,
battle shaping up for P3, getting closer. The Latvian Lightning locomotives.
that car has, let me just check, they've only done one long stop.
Oh! Avoidable contact. Oh, APX into the pits? No. No. Oh, maybe.
They were slow. I think they had to, I'm guessing they had to avoid that stopped car. And now they lose that position to Latvian Lightning locomotives.
And
again, though, there is a gap of one long stop between these cars. So the reality is about 3 minutes. No,
yeah, but
yeah, 3 minutes.
You still have to make those moves on the racetrack, even if you have, especially when you have pace advantage. You have to move forward because you never know what happens during the race. Even though you are behind.
It's more about AP.
Oh, that's.
I can't believe how many mistakes these cars are making. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And doing it all on their own. I mean, just spun. There was no contact, wasn't even pressure from behind. He just spun.
There is a huge, gap, lack of rear end grip. By the looks of it, it's easy that the car spins so easily, and when they snap, they snap. It was on the exit of the slowest corner on the racetrack. Kudlis was exiting the hairpin corner, and it looked like he just put on a little bit too much of power, which maybe he expected the rear end to grip, but it didn't. And when it started to slide, it was basically over, and APX again in traffic with the Team Blue Flag involved, and lost quite a lot of time here. IRT into the pit lane. As we look into the battle for P3 again between Latvian Lightning locomotives and the APX car. Both cars who should stay on the racetrack for another lap. Nope, APX into the pits. So at the same time as the International Racing Team car. That sets Lightning locomotives free. They are 47 seconds behind WorldSimSeries on the same lap with the same long stop strategy. Justin Saldukas stuck behind the MX5. He'll lose a little bit of time here. It's going to be very difficult to have some sort of comparison here, which how much he lost. He doesn't have now nearest rival behind him. Gap is 47 seconds and quite a lot of corners and cars in between. Kangaroo Airways, they have just completed 4th out of 6 long stops, and I think that's the solo driver team, so not saving those long stops for the end of this race. If he's driving on his own, by the looks of it, he'll have a difficult time towards the end of this race. Only 2 long stops to his account. But he might also be a secret weapon here. He's currently down in 12th. But with at least 2 long stops more to his account than the nearest rival. So that's 6 minutes in total. He's 4 laps behind the leader. But that actually puts him a little bit closer to the fight because he is 3 long stops ahead. Kangaroo Airways, they might be a player here in this race also. They were in the lead in the Pro M class, in the M class once, so they definitely are there in that game, putting themselves into the shadow to avoid ice and maybe be those silent runners.
The problem for them is you've done so many long stops so early in the race.
Yeah.
If you have anything happen to you, you'll have trouble because you need to repair your car and then you'll have to wait. So I'm not so sure if that's the best way to run this race. We'll see at the end.
Yeah.
APX doing their long stop, and is that the case for International Racing Team? It is. So APX will be on 3, International Racing Team on 2. It's still in the pits. And there was a driver change, Aruda jumping on board.
Oh yeah, that's... he's gonna fly now.
And Simon Speff behind the wheel now of the International Racing Team car. So we'll see how quick he is. Well, he has been a quick driver. So here's APX coming out of the pits, 1.9 behind mid-lap Crisis, who have only one long stop to their name. So APX have got 3. And that's the second most in the GT class. TJet Bandits have also got 3, and Old Boys Sim Racing, Redshift Locomotive, and Latvian Junior Locomotives. They all have 3, while WorldSimSeries Latvian Lightning Locomotives 1 each.
Team Blue Flag also one long stop.
So different strategies all throughout the field. They will converge in that final hour of the race. We'll see who's actually got the quickest strategy. It's still looking good for APX.
I mean, it's looking best for them actually. It's not really good. They are still definitely well in the lead of this race, even though they are 6th on track, soon to be 5th. It's an overtake on mid-lap Crisis right on the racetrack, and mid-lap Crisis are on a 1 long stop count, while APX are already on 3. So this is a move with 6 minutes of advantage at least.
And yeah, well, mid-lap Crisis, as they did with WorldSimSeries earlier on in the race, they don't overdo it. They let the faster car go. And APX getting up to speed. Obviously a new set of tires on that car. We'll see how quickly can Aruda get on to a great pace. Warming up the tires. Still not enough heat in them, but enough heat to overtake the mid-lap Crisis car. Hypernova into the pits. 2 long stops have been completed by them previously. And will they be doing one now? I'm not sure. We'll see once they exit the pits. So Lucas should have another 20 minutes or so in the car. And then we would expect Mendeles to be jumping back on board. To Drive Junior now sit in a podium position with 3 long stops completed, but I think they'll have to come down to pit road soon for a normal pit stop. Still have to see. This has definitely calmed down. MX5s are much more similar in terms of their strategies. 2 long stops for everybody in the top 5. Bravos Motorsport, who sit 6th, have completed 3. And then it's 2, and then everybody else 3. So a bit more similar. There isn't that big of a difference as it is in the GT classes as a whole. Importantly for APX, they still lead Pro-Am by a massive margin, even with that extra long stop. So, and actually in Pro-Am, because Latvian Lightning locomotives have 2, they're safe in 2nd as well. So there's still a chance for a battle for 3rd. But yeah, that's kind of gone away. We'll see what happens with AM, as that's way harder to predict. It would look like Kangaroo Airways are in front of Hypernova because they've done 2 long stops more, but yeah, that's still to be seen. MX5s, something has to happen to IRT number 2 for them not to win here today. So pretty much Pro, GT Pro, that's WorldSimSeries, Latvian Lightning Locomotive Stream to Drive Junior International Racing Team. I think all of them are still in with a shot at victory here today. That's ABX coming up to some traffic.
Yep.
Both GT and MX5. That's the SGS car. It's in their class, and they get passed into turn 1. But that's them lapping the car, obviously, so it's not that difficult of a move. And again, that is Aruda now behind the wheel. Interested in what Speff will be able to pull out. He's now behind the wheel of the International Racing Team car. Can he be quick enough in this?
Did WorldSimSeries have had a oh no, they didn't. It's just lap 146 seconds slower, but that's due to the pit stop, I believe. Because, or no, it's not due to the pit stop, so Soldukas made another mistake, yep.
Yep, and then the next lap was 2 seconds.
Oh, Drink to Drive Junior, drive full from race direction. Yep, so it looks like Justina struggles now. He lost a little bit less than 6 seconds to IRT car. 4.9. Pace is similar. APX is actually flying around the racetrack as soon as Aruda got behind the wheel of that Ford Mustang. And that's gonna be a bigger gap created once again.
Yep, he was quicker in that first time he was in the car. Now it's his 2nd time in the car, and he's just as quick. Lap times have increased, obviously, because of the temperature going up, but in any case, the drivers are still very, very quick, and the differences between drivers stay. So for Drink to Drive Junior, they were looking good. Now again, small setback, but a couple of these, and that pushes them, keeps pushing them down the field. Don't think they'll lose a position here, but still, that's not what you want to do. 7 hours, just a bit over 7 hours still to go. So haven't even reached halfway. And already seeing teams making a lot of mistakes. So that's Dream to Drive Junior coming down to the pits to serve the drive-through penalty. At least it's not a stop and go, it's just a drive-through, get through the pits.
Still losing time, and they are actually... Yeah, they are Redshift Locomotive racing drive-through from race direction at the meantime, and well, Dream to Drive Junior are looking at the strategy. They are currently ahead of International Racing Team, though, both on the same two long pits strategy count. So they are there, actually. You could say that they are currently on a very nice position, and I wonder where WorldSimSeries car will get back on the racetrack after they'll complete that long stop.
I think Dream to Drive Junior should be coming into the pits soon.
Yeah, that's
because we
probably the case.
No, but I don't remember them pitting, so should be soon probably. But for now, they would be, I think, ahead
what's
of
that?
Somebody spun.
PDTs are in the wall and having difficulties of finding a way back, stuck on the grass. Oh man, good they have a clear track. Car is not willing to rotate, still kissing the barrier, and wow, that's quite a lot of time lost.
Yep, has to be careful now, lets everybody through, and gets back out on track. Dream to Drive Junior on your screens, showing that you don't need a Mustang to run at the front. You can do it in a Porsche as well. And that's very, very close to the inside. It's nice to see a different car running at the front, especially. I think they crossed the line. And drive-through for speeding. Into the pits comes Dream to Drive Junior. Drive-through for speeding for Latvian Lightning locomotives. And I think there's another penalty coming for them for crossing the line on pit entry. I think that's a double whammy there. Long stop incoming for Dream to Drive Junior.
That's going to be the third one already for them. Oh, you still have to keep it together. These cars are really hard to handle.
They'll equalize with APX.
Yeah.
In terms of their long stops. Now, Simon Speff not doing too bad, but to a 1.6 compared to a 59.4 for the car behind of APX. Slower, that's for sure. Latvian Lightning locomotives. So they've got a penalty now. We'll see if they get another one for that pit lane entry infringement. Are they doing a long stop? I wouldn't be surprised. They've only done one so far.
Yeah, that should be a long stop. Oh! Justinas into the barriers. Again, Sunset Bend corner. Oh, get it moving.
He still has got some space, so gets it moving, but I think this is going to be a call down into the pits.
Nope. I think he has time. I think he will. They will now figure out if there is a lot of damage to that car, or they can continue. It wasn't a huge hit, but it was definitely plenty of time lost again for Justinas Saldukas.
I think they have to pit, but not because of damage. They have to pit because it's not going great. I mean, the car is moving around, sliding around. He's making mistakes. You're losing too much time here. Oh, MX5 off the road.
I mean, yeah, it definitely seems that Justinas is struggling quite badly here during this stage of his stint. But You can change the drivers, or you can just try to motivate Justinas to make less mistakes, but stay on the racetrack. If they have 15 minutes of stint time on the clock, yeah, it's not too much, like 6 laps, but if you want to keep up with your strategy, maybe it's a better decision, especially if the car is not badly damaged. It's gonna be a long stop, so they will definitely get a new car. That's good news. By the way, these cars, I think they get a little bit longer to fix the damage, so that's why the long stops matter quite a lot. And you definitely want to save those towards the end of this race. Justinas almost unable to handle the car and keep it on the racetrack. Will just sliding around in most of the corners. That definitely doesn't look very healthy. Redshift locomotive, drive-through taken. Justinas much more careful now into the Sunset Bend corner. And is it gonna be a pit? Nope. Still on the racetrack, so keeping on with the strategy. These guys decided that motivation is more than enough. They lose a little bit less while staying out on the racetrack rather than pitting earlier. At least that's what they are deciding. Not sticking to the tarmac at all, running wide line into turn 1. Clipping the apex, collecting all the curves gently. You cannot go over the curves too aggressively, not on all of those. Some of those need to be taken, especially on the exits. Into the hairpin. Ooh, that's the hardest braking point.
Wrong with Latvian Lightning locomotives. They're still in the pits. They're still in the pit lane.
Oh yeah, that's almost 5 minutes time. You cannot do 2 long pit stops with 1 stop, so definitely issues, and that's already 2 minutes lost. So 1 extra lap has been lost for Latvian Lightning locomotives. Wonder what issues they have here. Is it connection issues or? Yep.
Car moving.
Well, good news is that they are back on the track. Bad news, they lost about 1 extra lap.
More bad news is that they have that speeding penalty. So.
Oh yeah, they have to do that drive-through penalty. Back to the leaders. This is the next car that is looking for a pit entry. Still, I wonder how many laps Justinas has got to his account. Well, at least 1 extra lap. This is Latvian Locomotive's number 2 car, and another Latvian Lightning Locomotive's car in front. Not sure which car that is. Maybe the number 1 car? Yep, it is the number 1 car. They should be heading into the pit lane by the end of this lap for that drive-through penalty. Lost quite a lot here.
They've still got a few laps if they want to delay, but maybe they don't get what happened with that long stop. Why did it take so long to get back out on track? Spent about 5 minutes in the pits. That's close to 2 long stops. Sideways out of Sunset.
Back in P11 overall.
I don't, however, see a penalty show up for Latvian Lightning locomotives for speeding. Oh, it was actually not Latvian Lightning, it was the Redshift locomotive racing team.
And they've already completed.
No, it's still active.
Oh, okay.
That was 8 minutes ago, so where is that car?
I think they completed the drive-through. Where do you see the penalty active? On the WorldSimSeries results page? I don't see it.
Yes.
I don't have it. I do have it. I do have it, so yep. 8 minutes ago.
And they just completed it, so that's them coming out of the pits. This is going to be tight on exit. Oh, you've got to look at where you're going. Wow, that was a late block there on that Ferrari. Wow. They came out aggressive. Running last right now in GT overall. So I guess not happy. Remember, they were running second for the first 20 minutes of this race or so. It's gone from bad to worse and worse and worse. And even if they've done 3 long stops, that's, yeah, they're still behind all of the AM cars, all of the Pro-Am cars, almost all. So, yeah, I think they'll get ahead of PDTS, who've only done 1 long stop. And it's a difficult day for this car. Oh, something's not right with it as well. Their connection.
And they are actually now in a blue flag situation. Leaders in front, that's gonna be hit. Yep, it was not a big hit actually. Justinas managed to survive.
I don't think they touched. I think he got away with it. I think he went left and didn't get touched. But wow, that was... yeah, this car, it was way too aggressive. It was so aggressive coming out of the pits. And then just tried something crazy, went on the grass, and it became a missile really into that chicane. And finally, a mistake that wasn't the fault of Justinas.
Good news that he managed to somehow avoid a bigger pile up there. He just simply went off the racetrack. Our race leader, current race leader.
Let's say the good thing here, if there is a good thing, is that if he did get hit, he's pretty close to when he needs to stop. I think he's a lap or 2 away from needing to do a long stop. Wow. So
his pace is actually so low now. Look at the lap times: 2 minutes 3 zones, 2 minutes 4. It's about 3.5 seconds slower than the lap times of the APX car. So definitely that car is so difficult to drive when the life age goes down, tire age goes down. Or tire age goes up actually. It's undrivable. Like, Justinas has to be extra careful.
I think what the idea here is, I think they've just calculated that they need to get an X amount of laps to save a pit stop. Yeah. And that's probably what they're trying to do here.
And I think it's a good decision. So, yeah, of course they lose a lot of time, but they have those calculations. Maybe they didn't think of losing that much time, but now they are... Well, the decision is made, and they decided to not to change it, and that's okay. I think it is still a good decision. Yeah, Justinas just needs to keep it in one piece and try to get that car back into the pits. They will receive a new car. They will receive new tires. Yep, it is. Mendel is getting ready.
So, Sultukas ran for... Just wait for him to cross the line. Should cross the timing beam. Yep, so 1:54, that's 2 hours and 34 minutes compared to 38 for Mendeles. So Mendeles obviously had that formation lap, but Mendeles did complete 3 more laps.
Now the WorldSimSeries car should go behind the International Racing Team because I think Justinas made a little bit more mistakes. Then the IRT, another Latvian locomotive spinner. That's junior team. Oh, the Sunset Bend taking plenty of lives here from the teams. And WorldSimSeries still not connecting to the server. They are definitely on the long stop, taking a little bit longer. Should they be concerned? Still no WorldSimSeries car on the server.
It's still fine, still got time.
Oh yeah,
Now
Mendeles now it's back.
We'll see how... So they'll have to start getting long stops in. Let's say extra long stops in, because looking at the situation here, they'll be on 2.
I mean, it's basically the middle of the race, and they just completed only the second long stop. So the long runs are great, but now you have to think about the long stops to not.
Yeah, but you'll start doing long stops when a regular pit stop is there on the long run.
Yeah,
and that's fine. That's because they're refueling it to the max. The problem is for those cars that are not refueling to the max. If you're not refueling to the max, you're wasting time on the long stops. So for them, it's really a non-issue. They'll just have to think on which stops they want to do it, and how they want to strategize it. Do they want to keep a long stop for the final stop? If they think that that's going to be a full tank anyway, that's fine. If they know it's going to be a shorter stint, then they have to push it earlier. But obviously, they lose the protection that a long stop gives you. And considering how long these stints are, you might be running 2 hours without that get out of jail free card. So considerations to be made by the teams. Still in the pit lane is the WorldSimSeries car.
another bad news, Latvian Lightning locomotives just went out of the server. They disconnected from it, and this is the car that made that long 5 minutes stop a couple of laps ago. So more issues. Could lose back on the server, or am I mistaking that with something? Which car was the one that was standing for 5 minutes in the pits?
That was Latvian Lightning locomotives.
So they are back into the pits, and you know, it makes me wonder why they have only one long pits in the results screen to their account. Yep, only now the second is completed. Didn't they? Was that their first long stop? The one that took
No,
5 minutes?
They definitely had more.
Some issues now. They received a 186 seconds penalty. Did not wait minimum time in pit lane. Something's wrong with the system. I'm not sure what's happening here, but they definitely had that very long stop before, which was 5 minutes, but then it only showed one long stop completed. Now they went into the pits and received the penalty. But I think something's wrong here with the system. We'll figure this out, and in the meantime, WorldSimSeries back on the racetrack with Matas Mendeles behind the wheel. 2 long stops completed, and they are down in P3, 9 seconds behind APX, who have 3 long stops completed. That's how huge the advantage the APX has now against their nearest rivals, and they are only 13 seconds behind International Racing Team, who also have only 2 long stops to their account. So looks like the battle for P1 is more than over, unless something bad happens, which I assume will not, meaning that IRT and Dream to Drive are actually in a battle for P2 in the Pro class.
Yep, something has to go wrong here. for them to.
Dream to Drive Junior team, they are also. I'm pretty sure they are around in that pro battle, because they also completed 3 long stops in comparison to International Racing Team and WorldSimSeries. So it might be a 3-car battle for the overall win and podium places in the pro class. APX car is flying. They are the only car on the racetrack which is currently in these conditions capable of doing laps faster than 2 minutes. You can see that Mendelis is already falling behind the APX car. APX are pulling closer to the International Racing Team car. Wow. At least 1.5 seconds difference per lap. This is quite a huge pace advantage. And having
for Mendelis, it is a new tire set, so he has to get the temperature.
I'm currently looking at the gap between IRT and we are currently looking at the gap between APX and IRT, and yep, this is pure pace for both of the cars. We'll see what Mendelis will be capable of.
Aruda was quicker anyways, so I mean in the first he was incredible, so yeah. He's showing off that speed now, and again an extra long stop for them, so really they're running about a lap ahead of everybody. Hypernova to the this is for position, well, for overall position, not for class position. Goes down the inside of the mid-lap crisis car up to P7 overall. This is the leader in the GT-AM class. There's a big question mark, however, on long stops, as 4 done by the car behind, 3 done by Hypernova, and they're actually very close out on the track, so still a possibility of lead change in AM. And obviously Pro-Am, that's led by APX. Pro, led by International Racing Team, ahead of WorldSimSeries, that gap 23 seconds. And on the same amount of long stops, they've got the Dream to Drive Junior car there as well. 3 long stops done, so I think that's the closest real battle we have, the GTM and the GT Pro. Still, a lot can happen. Obviously 6 hours and 38 minutes to go. For this 2026 edition of the 12 Hours of Sebring on WorldSimSeries.
This MX5 seems to have some sort of damage. When driving straight, the wheel is slightly looking towards the right. They are dead last, still participating here. They were 9 seconds slower in quali compared to the fastest lap time, but they are still here. And good news, after 5 hours and 20 minutes, we still have 30 cars on the racetrack. So every team that started this race are still here. That's our Latvian Lightning locomotives. They just completed that 186-second long penalty, and yeah, they were looking strong in the battle for the overall win, or at least finishing second. They qualified second. It didn't go as planned and didn't go too nicely. Plenty of issues. Still, this penalty leaves me questioning what happened there.
It does look like something went wrong. Probably something went wrong in that long stop that they did, which is
yeah, they lost 2 minutes with that first pit stop. I think it was kind of bad because, well, what I understand, the long pit stop at that point was not calculated, and then they received the drive-through penalty for the next pit stop, which they did only a couple of laps after they entered the track from that 5 minute stationary time. But it's not going too well.
Trying to find the last few times we've raced at Sebring. And the last races we've had at Sebring were 24 hours of Sebring in 2022. That race was won by Sokolov Engineering Solutions in a Nissan on-road DPI. Actually, we had only 2 DPIs in the... No, we had 3 DPIs in the race. That finished second was 14 laps down. In GT3, that was won by the AOR racing team. Dream to Drive came second, and third was the Kangaroos racing team, not related to the Kangaroo Airways team that we have here today. I want to see fastest lap of the race in GT3 that time. I believe that was Phony Motorsport, who finished down in 16th in overall and 14th in the GT3 class. They did a 201.1. In comparison today, fastest race lap 158.2. So these new GT3 cars definitely quicker. Drivers getting faster as well, maybe. The next time we had a race at Sebring, that was in 2024 for the 6 hours of Sebring. Much bigger DPI class that time. That was won by the Cadillac of Sean Clark Racing ahead of ATAC and Tracknard Racing Team number 2. And GT3, that was won by Sean Clark Racing, RL Shizuoka Duo, and Sean Clark Racing GT in P3. At that time, fastest lap of the race for the GTs was a 2:09. So a little bit quicker than that 24-hour race 2 years before that, but still about over 2 seconds slower than what we have here today. 59.3 was the pole position time. Today we had a 57.1, so 2 seconds quicker. That is the improvement that we've had over these few years. I don't think we had a Sebring race last year.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so no, we didn't. So yeah, those are the historical results. Who could repeat a victory here? Sean Clark Racing, we don't have them out on track. And I actually don't see that in that 6-hour race. Actually, I'm sorry, in GT3 it was the Velociraptor Racing team who finished third. Not Sean Clark Racing. So I can't see a name that would be able to get another podium here, or a win. So I think we'd have a unique winner anyway. Actually, Simon Speff won the 24-hour in 2022. And I think he's the only one returning from that AOR Racing Team car that won. Soldukas finished second in the Dream to Drive part, so he's on track. Nobody else on the podium of either class has returned here today, so only a few drivers can try and repeat what they did 4 or 2 years ago. Actually, only 4 years ago. So, yep, that is a short sort of history of what has happened in this race in previous years. It's actually the first time this is run as a 12-hour, like it is in the real world, which I'm kind of surprised about. I thought we had run a 12 hours of Sebring before, but I can't find it anywhere.
I think we did have a... Well, maybe we didn't, yeah. I think we had...
Because I found a 6-hour and a 24-hour, but I can't find a 12 hours, so... Don't think we've ever had a 12 hours of Sebring on WorldSimSeries, which is interesting, but first time for everything.
Nope, we did have we should have had in 2022.
That was a 24-hour.
Nope, it was 12 hours with GT3 cars, I believe. Yep, 2022, February 25th or something.
I see 12th of November for a 24-hour.
Well, I have something in my library here of past events.
The race I'm seeing is definitely a 24-hour. I can't find the 12-hour.
Should be there somewhere around February of 2022, something like that. Maybe March also. Yep, WorldSimSeries 12 hours of Sebring 2022. Keep us busy.
I'm trying to, to find it. Sprint races. Seem to find maybe somebody knows who has actually done that race. I can't find a 12 hours of Sebring anywhere. Obviously don't have an old live stream of it because the WorldSimSeries account changed. But yeah, still surprised that the poster for that event, but I can't seem to find it. Aha, I see. In 2022, yes, so we had in 2022 we had both a 12 hours of Sebring and a 24 hours of Sebring.
Yep. So
same year.
24 hours happened towards the end of the year, I believe.
Yep. And we had the 12th hour in the beginning of the year.
Finally, mission completed now.
So, from the returning drivers, Soldukas finished 4th in that 12-hour event. Simonas Urbanas won in GT3 with here for the exercise team. Obidon Racing finished 2nd. 3rd was Racing N3. GT4, Simon Speff won the event with Alex Leaf and UC Naila, Sean Clark Racing to take that win. 2nd went to Jabatos. Nobody returning from that car. Sean Clark Racing GT4 finished 3rd in the GT4 class. And also can't see returning names. So Simon Speff has the most titles here at Sebring on WorldSimSeries. Still has a shot at it today, but and is leading the race right now. But that doesn't tell the full story. The team of APX, I don't see that team having won any events previously. Oh, Farias won the 24 Hours of Daytona this year, and that was part of the NDK Tax Evaders team. So that was in GT3 Pro-Am. And they won overall in GT3 by a lap. So he was part of that team and actually ran the most amount of time, 671 minutes. So that's over 6 hours of driving? No, more. Yeah, it's definitely more. That's 11 hours of driving, sorry. So he did 11 hours of driving at Sebring. And he's running here today, so could be actually 2 wins in a row if they continue on with this kind of pace. And interestingly, while Farias was the fastest driver at Daytona, he's found an even faster driver in Aruda now to be his teammate. So this team is definitely one to look out for in future events this year. Definitely a quick bunch of drivers. Right, 6 hours and 23 minutes to go. Clock is ticking down to that halfway point of the race. And you're looking at the APX car. 9 seconds behind is WorldSimSeries. And that is they would fight International Racing Team for position proper as they're on the same long stop strategy.
Yep, so the real battle here is between IRTs and WorldSimSeries. Now I wonder what will happen when APX will gain on IRT car. Will they have a battle? How will they react to that in comparison to the gap of WorldSimSeries car? Will they be able to gain a little bit more? Because WorldSimSeries is constantly gaining slightly due to the newer tires, I believe. Not huge gains, sometimes they are around 2 seconds, sometimes they are only 2/10, but it's all still over, forever gaining, not losing time for the WorldSimSeries car. They were in front before the pit stops took place, but then they struggled on the old tire too bad, and they lost out quite a lot. Even with that mistake of IRT car, they still found themselves around 20 seconds behind after they completed their pit stops. So this is definitely a battle, and this is a battle for P1 in the GT Pro class, because the overall first place belongs to APX, even though they are currently 5 seconds behind. They are actually about 3 minutes in front, to be exact.
Yeah, I think for International Racing Team, they really have to ignore the APX car completely. First, the huge difference in having done one less long stop. Second, they're not in their class, so it's a pro car versus a pro-am car. Pro-am car running quicker, but it for international racing team, they have to think about that overall race time. So they have to think, okay, if APX gets close, they try and make a move. You don't defend, let them go, get in behind them, and try and follow them through, because that's I think the best case scenario for them here. There's definitely a car that wants to catch them. So they have to think about the WorldSimSeries car more than the APX car. They also have to think about the Dream to Drive Junior car.
Yep, exactly.
Which has got that one extra long stop. So really losing time here with APX is useless. So I don't think they'll try and do anything crazy. Just they see them make a move, lift off, give them space, and get in behind instead of losing time trying to battle.
Close. That was close for Mendelis with the MX5 cars. But it looks like the drivers are already kind of knowledgeable of how they should react in those corners. Wow, huge traffic for IRTs and now for APX. IRT lost a lot of time here in this gaggle of cars, having MX5s and GT cars involved. Now APX is on a move. On the kangaroos. Yep. They passed the Kangaroo Airways, and they definitely gain here a little bit in this situation. It's nice to have a battle. It's actually not a battle, but still having two cars on same lap, separated by a couple of seconds, you kind of eagerly wait.
Lightning locomotives in fifth are right behind Dream to Drive Junior.
Yep, I cannot switch now. I can switch now.
Oh, this is a proper battle. Two tenths only separate these two. As they go into the sunset, to the outside is that Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2 car. Getting close, getting close. Can't make the move just yet. Dream to Drive Junior does have an extra long stop, so that is...
also not a real battle. It's similar.
They lost 10 seconds last lap. They did a 2:11, so something happened to Dream to Drive Junior.
Oh yeah, that's why they are so close. That's why we spotted it.
It's been happening to them for this whole race. They keep getting into these bad situations. So, and actually now that gap is down to 1/10 for the second, so I think they're side by side or something for that 4th position. Yep, they are coming down into the hairpin. Who's going to be the bravest on the brakes? On the outside is that Latvian Lightning Locomotives car, but can't get it stopped, and they lose a bit of time to Dream to Drive Junior. We'll have to try again later if they can catch back up. It's Vershitskas behind the wheel now.
Yeah, well, Dream to Drive was faster on laps 160 and 161, then they made that mistake. But it looks like lap 159, it was also a mistake for the Latvian Lightning Locomotives Junior car, number 2 car, Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 2. So I think they are similarly paced, and these small mistakes count. Now also the tire age comes into play here. If one car has slightly older tires, they will struggle more, and in these battles they will not have enough of confidence to be brave on brakes. Look at where our leaders are, International Racing Team and APX, and now WorldSimSeries gaining on that group of cars, with GT cars and MX5s involved, so plenty of action happening here. Suddenly we've got ourselves 2 close battles. Dream to Drive into the barriers. No more close battle of the racetrack, and I think they hit the barriers. It's Simon behind the wheel, and that's bad news. They had those. They do have those 3 long stops. So what they need to do here is just not make mistakes, because I think they are in a battle for the win in the Pro Plus class. Unless they continue doing these mistakes, then they definitely are out of the game here. But well, it's hard to tell when you have these huge gaps now due to the long stop strategy difference. All 3 leaders on the same straight for a short moment of time. Mendel is trying to gain. Well, actually, he gained quite a lot on the international racing team. He's now only 8 seconds behind, and still traffic coming into play. APX coming much closer to the back end of the IRT car. Let's see how this one will run. As you said, the most clever thing is not to go defensive, though looks like Simon Speth went a little bit defensive here, just went towards a little bit towards to the inside line, like running a defensive line into that second corner. That's all very good news for WorldSimSeries. They are gaining even more, but they are still to hit that heavy traffic, where they'll lose a little bit of time.
Still closing again. They'll have another gaggle of cars. There's MX5 up the road, and then 2 GT cars. Actually, 2 MX5s and 2 GTs. Should be able to get past those MX5s very, very easily. GTs will be another story. Approaching that MX5. They go to the inside at the double left. It's a lot of cutting, but I guess that's allowed. And on to the run down into the sunset. And there be a move made. I think this is probably the spot where you lose the least amount of time down on the inside. Here.
Yep. APX found more grip into the sunset bend. Well, on the second, towards the second apex, the door opened up slightly, and the APX took the advantage straight away.
I think International Racing Team gave space here.
Quite yeah, but it
I think to me it looked like they had just lifted a tiny bit earlier, gave them enough space, and let them go forward. Now they'll be making a hole in this traffic, and the International Racing Team can just try and follow them through. But look at the amount of time they've lost already. Just that one piece of traffic maybe didn't fall perfectly. And now again, line's a little bit compromised. Now actually more compromised for APX, I would say, with that MX5. But more GT cars in front. And 5 seconds back from this is Mendeles, who'll be approaching that GT traffic. He'll lose time in it for sure. We'll see how much time he does lose. I think the Latvian Lightning locomotives have retired from the race. They've been disconnected for a while now, 8 laps behind. So I think that's the first car we've lost throughout this race. Well, we made it halfway, almost halfway, before we lost the car, so that's pretty good news. There was a car on the inside letting everybody through. So APX go back into the lead of the race, and they also have a long pit advantage, so they are comfortably in the lead of the race by a lap plus.
Oh yeah. 1.5 laps in front, leaving no chance for the others. Just to try and stay on the racetrack, avoid mistakes, and keep battling. Double onboard on our views. On the left side of our screens, we see the onboard of the IRT car. On the main view, we see Mendelis here trying to carve his way through the traffic. The GT cars are not an easy cake to pass, and they still have to deal with the MX5s. And that's not what Mendelis wants to see. He's still able to gain on IRT car, who is also dealing with traffic. Mendelis should be flashing his headlights here. That's the Kangaroo Airways right in front, leaving room. Nice. As you've said earlier, it's sometimes very difficult for when the cars decide to give room and go to the opposite direction of the racetrack, where Mendelis was looking for a gap actually to go around, so he had to take that avoidance action and go back onto the ideal line. MX5 on the way. Still another GT3 car ahead of Mendelis, who gives nice room for him, and the chase is continuing on. The tires on both of these cars should already show signs of wearage. They are slightly better on this Mustang than they are on the green one ahead.
Well, the international racing team should be coming into the pits in about 10 to 15 minutes. And then it's about half an hour until the stop for Mendelis. So, after the stop of the international racing team. So everybody's now running those long strategies. But WorldSimSeries were the first ones to do it, together with Hypernova Racing. And they've repped their work from it. Definitely. So kudos to those teams.
At the beginning, WorldSimSeries was nowhere near the front. They were towards the lower top 10 places, like running 9th or 8th. And then after the strategy, they just jumped up and now battling for P2 overall, P1 in the Pro Plus class.
Well, WorldSimSeries did have that drive-through penalty at the start of the race, so they dropped a lot of positions, but those cars in front, they actually, first stint, I think, was pretty clean in terms of the amount of mistakes the other cars did. Then the mistakes started. But still, WorldSimSeries gained a lot, and the problem for international racing team is, even if WorldSimSeries is behind here, that final pit stop, if everything stays the same for the next 6 hours, that final pit stop for WorldSimSeries will be about 30 minutes less of fuel, so I think at least 5 seconds saved, 10 seconds saved, maybe. So maybe more, actually. So it's still a big game. Obviously, a long way to go, but something to keep in mind for IRT as well. Maybe they're not in a perfect situation here, but last time we saw these two cars fight, the WorldSimSeries car could not get past the IRT car. But different drivers involved. Let's see if anything will change, because the gap's coming down quickly.
Yep, and only a small traffic now ahead of these two cars. And it's MX5 traffic, I believe. Maybe a bit of GT cars involved. Yep, APX now dealing with traffic.
You can see how much Mendelis is gaining. And you can see Speth in front making mistakes, not hitting those apexes perfectly. I'm sure he's got still 10 or so minutes to go in the stint. So all about that, keeping that consistency for the IRT car. because even if last time they made the mistake in front, and that's why the WorldSimSeries car got forward. Then the WorldSimSeries car made a lot of mistakes, and everything flipped. So, really, avoiding mistakes here, you can run away with the lead almost. Without those mistakes, probably WorldSimSeries, well, they would definitely be in front. Would maybe look better against APX. Right now, I really don't see any opportunity for WorldSimSeries to come back into a proper fight for the lead overall. But because of the class system, it doesn't really matter. The gap is under half a second now, and Mendeles on a charge. Now for this position, IRT can fight, but looking at the speed difference, I don't know how much can they actually fight, because Mendeles definitely better tires on his car, but definitely feeling a lot better coming through turn 1. Actually, similarly paced through there.
Ooh.
Very tight with the MX5. Almost had contact. Good thing is the MX5 is quite light, so most likely it would be the MX5 being sent into the wall. But still, you don't want to have contact. To the hairpin. Smith just ran that a little bit wide, but Mendeles runs a little bit wide on the exit. So they trade mistakes, and kind of back to where we were.
Now a bit more traffic in front. Hypernova Racing Team is the next car after they overtake those MX5s. And nice pace by Hypernova Racing. They led through the APX and they don't fall back too fast. They still keep within the reaching distance from the current leaders, and these two battling each other are approaching slowly, but still approaching that GT car.
Look at how much better that WorldSimSeries car looks through the corners. You can see it hitting the apexes much more nicely than what that International Racing Team car can do. Getting closer on the back straightaway and into Sunset. It doesn't open the door as much. Oh, there was the car off the road. It doesn't open the door as much as he did when they were battling with the APX car. It's still only 2 seconds up the road. So here comes WorldSimSeries. Can they try and do something? Down into turn 1. He goes to the inside and gets it done. Can he hold on to the position? I think he can. Maybe a little bit of a surprise to the IRT machine. And up into P2, and most importantly, P1 in GT Pro for WorldSimSeries. Now, he's caught up to APX. He was like 8 seconds behind or something.
Yep.
After he came out of the pits, that gap's now down to under 2 seconds, so Mendeles pulling out the pace. Still 6 hours to go, so nothing lost just yet, but still. It's going to be a long road. They want to try and work for overall victory. As we're counting down to 6 hours to go in the 12 hours of Sebring, we can have a look at, close to traffic, we can have a look at what our current standings are. Dream to Drive Junior, by the way, just came into the pits. So it is APX at the top of the leaderboard, ahead of International Racing Team WorldSimSeries, Latvian Lightning Locomotives, and Dream to Drive Junior. In terms of classes, it's GT Pro, that's led by WorldSimSeries, ahead of International Racing Team. The timing screen should update at the end of this lap. Then comes Dream to Drive Junior and Mid-Lap Crisis. GT Pro-Am, that's APX ahead of Latvian Lightning Locomotives, and then SGS. In GT-AM, it's Hypernova Racing ahead of Kangaroo Airways and T-Jet Bandits. those two in 9th and 13th have done 4 long stops already. Only 3 by Hypernova, and in MX5 it's IRT number 2 ahead of Latvian Lightning Locomotives number 3 and 47 Senior Racing Team number 2 in the final spot on the podium. 47 Racing goes exploring outside of the track, not running too quickly, and 6 hours and 1 minute to go. We can wait for that halfway point in the race. It's almost noon, 11:32 a.m. here at the virtual Sebring circuit, and we'll be taking a break very shortly for another hour. Here's APX actually putting another lap on Dream to Drive Junior. That was just a pit stop, no long stop for them. That's another car that I consider still in that fight for the win of the GT Pro class. I think that one is the closest that we have, probably together with the GTM as well. Here is that WorldSimSeries car. Can they find some extra pace to hunt down APX? They've got to find about a lap and a half, but everything is still possible. 6 hours tick down, 6 hours to go. APX leads the 12 hours of Sebring, and we'll be back after now.